serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Program Pasca Sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda, Gor Basket Internasional, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, seni, pengembangan karakter dan kepribadian, olahraga, aktivitas outdoor,
Unesa, 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 Unesa,
Unesa,
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Yang kondusif untuk menggali dan mengembangkan berbagai bidang keilmuan. Universitas Negeri Surabaya, instansi pendidikan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia yang mengembangkan bidang keilmuan pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Berkomitmen untuk mencetak insan-insan unggul, menyiapkan lulusan yang tangguh, serta siap menghadapi kemajuan dunia. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA memiliki komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis ICT melalui metode pembelajaran inovatif dan berbasis riset sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman.
Bertepatan dengan berdirinya IKIP Surabaya tahun 1964, lahir pula Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Eksakta yang menjadi cikal bakal dari Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Kemudian setelah diresmikan menjadi Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan tetap menjalankan visi utama sebagai lembaga penyelenggara program pendidikan dan non-pendidikan, maka kini FMIPA UNESA memiliki 5 jurusan dengan 9 program studi. Tak hanya berfokus pada pendalaman materi kemipaan, namun setiap sivitas akademika juga dibekali dengan soft skill seperti MIPApreneurship, kejujuran, kedisiplinan, kreativitas, berpikir kritis, kolaborasi, komunikasi, manajemen, inovasi yang solutif untuk memecahkan problem dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat dan berbangsa, juga kemampuan mengintegrasikan pendidikan dan ilmu MIPA dengan kapabilitas entrepreneurship atau yang kami sebut dengan kompetensi ecopreneurship. Pelaksanaan Tridharma, penentuan target, dan pengembangan di berbagai bidang menjadi capaian wajib bagi FMIPA UNESA. Komitmen ini diwujudkan dengan didirikannya dan difasilitasinya gugus penjaminan mutu FMIPA UNESA dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsinya.
Penyelenggaraan administrasi dan tata kelola FMIPA UNESA dirancang untuk selalu akuntabel, transparan, adil, dan otonom. Sistem administratif yang baik juga bertujuan untuk menjamin mutu sekaligus berkomitmen dalam peningkatan kualitas setiap sivitas FMIPA UNESA. Demi terciptanya lingkungan pendidikan yang asri, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA mengimplementasikan program-program Eko Kampus. Di antaranya dengan menyediakan ruang publik yang bersih dan teduh, juga melaksanakan beberapa program lanjutan dengan menerapkan sistem pengolahan sampah metode 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle. Sekaligus menciptakan berbagai produk untuk memelihara dan menjaga keanekaragaman hayati. Kolaborasi memegang peranan penting dalam upaya menggali dan menemukan gagasan baru, berjejaring, memperluas relasi, demi terbukanya berbagai peluang berkelanjutan. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA mewujudkannya melalui kerjasama dengan berbagai instansi, baik tingkat regional, nasional, hingga internasional. Berbagai sarana dan prasarana yang lengkap menjadi salah satu upaya Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA. Upaya tersebut menjadi bentuk keseriusan UNESA dalam menciptakan ekosistem yang produktif bagi mahasiswa, menunjang kegiatan penalaran, hingga mewujudkan berbagai inovasi terbaru. Kreatif, inovatif, serta berprestasi dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik, baik di tingkat nasional hingga internasional. Dalam upaya memperbarui dan mengembangkan eksplorasi pembelajaran, FMIPA UNESA secara konsisten menghasilkan sejumlah riset hingga publikasi pada berbagai jurnal terakreditasi. Melalui program pembelajaran terapan yang diaplikasikan berupa pengabdian masyarakat, dihasilkan sejumlah inovasi yang menjadi solusi atas berbagai problematika lingkungan. Terus berinovasi, mewujudkan inspirasi menjadi sebuah prestasi, membentuk lulusan cerdas, berwawasan lingkungan dan berjiwa ekopreneurship bersama Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Tenaga pengajar yang kompeten di bidangnya sebagai wujud peningkatan reputasi bertaraf nasional dan internasional di segala bidang, guna mempersiapkan generasi yang mampu bersaing, berpeluang, dan religius di era revolusi industri 4.0.
Melalui komitmen seluruh sivitas akademika FMIPA UNESA, kami menjaga mutu Fakultas MIPA sejak tahun 1950 dan menjadi pelopor sertifikasi ISO 9001. Tanpa lelah, kami senantiasa mengawali langkah. Merangkai angka-angka dengan segala bentuk prosedur operasional. mengukir keterampilan berpikir ilmiah, berinovasi, menghasilkan produk penelitian bermanfaat, mengembangkan ide-ide baru berdasarkan fenomena yang terjadi di masyarakat. Di sini, kami mengawali langkah mengambil peluang, mengidentifikasi isu-isu ilmiah yang terjadi guna memberi kontribusi bagi masyarakat. Terus berupaya meningkatkan mutu guna menghasilkan sosok muda yang profesional, percaya diri dan siap menuju akreditasi level internasional. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, program pasca sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda, Gor Basket Internasional, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, Seni, Pengembangan karakter dan kepribadian, olahraga, aktivitas outdoor,
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Menjadi kota yang identik dengan sejarah perjuangan, Surabaya terus berkembang menjadi tumpuan industri kreatif, sekaligus tempat yang kondusif untuk menggali dan mengembangkan berbagai bidang keilmuan. Universitas Negeri Surabaya, instansi pendidikan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia yang mengembangkan bidang keilmuan pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Berkomitmen untuk mencetak insan-insan unggul, menyiapkan lulusan yang tangguh, serta siap menghadapi kemajuan dunia. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA memiliki komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis ICT melalui metode pembelajaran inovatif dan berbasis riset sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman.
Bertepatan dengan berdirinya IKIP Surabaya tahun 1964, lahir pula Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Eksakta yang menjadi cikal bakal dari Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Kemudian setelah diresmikan menjadi Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan tetap menjalankan visi utama sebagai lembaga penyelenggara program pendidikan dan non-pendidikan, maka kini FMIPA UNESA memiliki 5 jurusan dengan 9 program studi. Tak hanya berfokus pada pendalaman materi kemipaan, namun setiap sivitas akademika juga dibekali dengan soft skill seperti mipapreneurship, kejujuran, kedisiplinan, kreativitas, berpikir kritis, kolaborasi, komunikasi, manajemen, inovasi yang solutif untuk memecahkan problem dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat dan berbangsa, juga kemampuan mengintegrasikan pendidikan dan ilmu MIPA dengan kapabilitas entrepreneurship atau yang kami sebut dengan kompetensi ekopreneurship. Pelaksanaan Tridharma, penentuan target, dan pengembangan di berbagai bidang menjadi capaian wajib bagi FMIPA UNESA. Komitmen ini diwujudkan dengan didirikannya dan difasilitasinya gugus penjaminan mutu FMIPA UNESA dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsinya.
Penyelenggaraan administrasi dan tata kelola FMIPA UNESA dirancang untuk selalu akuntabel, transparan, adil, dan otonom. Sistem administratif yang baik juga bertujuan untuk menjamin mutu sekaligus berkomitmen dalam peningkatan kualitas setiap sivitas FMIPA UNESA. Demi terciptanya lingkungan pendidikan yang asri, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA mengimplementasikan program-program Eko Kampus. Di antaranya dengan menyediakan ruang publik yang bersih dan teduh, juga melaksanakan beberapa program lanjutan dengan menerapkan sistem pengolahan sampah metode 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle. Sekaligus menciptakan berbagai produk untuk memelihara dan menjaga keanekaragaman hayati. Kolaborasi memegang peranan penting dalam upaya menggali dan menemukan gagasan baru, berjejaring, memperluas relasi demi terbukanya berbagai peluang berkelanjutan. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA mewujudkannya melalui kerjasama dengan berbagai instansi, baik tingkat regional, nasional, hingga internasional. Berbagai sarana dan prasarana yang lengkap menjadi salah satu upaya Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA. Upaya tersebut menjadi bentuk keseriusan UNESA dalam menciptakan ekosistem yang produktif bagi mahasiswa, menunjang kegiatan penalaran, hingga mewujudkan berbagai inovasi terbaru. Kreatif, inovatif, serta berprestasi dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik, baik di tingkat nasional hingga internasional. Dalam upaya memperbarui dan mengembangkan eksplorasi pembelajaran, FMIPA UNESA secara konsisten menghasilkan sejumlah riset hingga publikasi pada berbagai jurnal terakreditasi. Melalui program pembelajaran terapan yang diaplikasikan berupa pengabdian masyarakat, dihasilkan sejumlah inovasi yang menjadi solusi atas berbagai problematika lingkungan. Terus berinovasi, mewujudkan inspirasi menjadi sebuah prestasi. Membentuk lulusan cerdas, berwawasan lingkungan dan berjiwa ekopreneurship bersama Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Era 4.0, era di mana segala perubahan terjadi begitu cepat dan diperlukannya kesiapan. Hal tersebut tak akan bisa terwujud tanpa keseimbangan sumber daya di dalamnya. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam UNESA berkembang secara konsisten dan berupaya melahirkan generasi muda yang profesional dan berkualitas guna berkontribusi bagi masyarakat. Melalui penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan pengajaran, penelitian dan pengembangan, serta pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang berorientasi outcome sehingga mampu melahirkan lulusan yang unggul dalam pendidikan, kukuh dalam keilmuan.
Perlu masyarakat ketahui bahwa saat ini kami sedang mengembangkan diri menjadi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang berwawasan ekopreneurship dalam pengembangan sumber daya alam dan sumber daya manusia. Dengan cara menyediakan tenaga pengajar yang kompeten di bidangnya sebagai wujud peningkatan reputasi bertaraf nasional dan internasional di segala bidang, guna mempersiapkan generasi yang mampu bersaing, berpeluang, dan religius di era revolusi industri 4.0.
Melalui komitmen seluruh sivitas akademika FMIPA UNESA, kami menjaga mutu Fakultas MIPA sejak tahun 1950 dan menjadi pelopor sertifikasi ISO 9001. Tanpa lelah, kami senantiasa mengawali langkah. Merangkai angka-angka dengan segala bentuk prosedur operasional. Mengukir keterampilan berpikir ilmiah. Berinovasi, menghasilkan produk penelitian bermanfaat. Mengembangkan ide-ide baru berdasarkan fenomena yang terjadi di masyarakat. Di sini, kami mengawali langkah mengambil peluang. Mengidentifikasi isu-isu ilmiah yang terjadi guna memberi kontribusi bagi masyarakat. Terus berupaya meningkatkan mutu guna menghasilkan sosok muda yang profesional, percaya diri dan siap menuju akreditasi level internasional. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Program Pasca Sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda, Gor Basket Internasional, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, Seni, Pengembangan Karakter dan Kepribadian,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the comments will start soon, please be informed to remain on the screen during the sessions. We have some notifications before we start the comments shortly. Please refer to the general guidelines for the participants set by the committee. So switch your device into a muted mode during the conference, especially during the plenary sessions and the opening ceremony this morning. Don't forget to rename your accounts to the preferred formats, including your names and your institutions. So the committee would be easy to locate and identify your identity. So during the talks and this plenary sessions, participants are encouraged to actively write questions in the chat box. And also you are encouraged to raise hand to ask for permission to address questions directly. So wait until the moderator and the host will allow you to address your questions by turning on your microphone later on. So we'd like to encourage you to spread the vibes and the happiness this morning through your social media platforms and sharing pictures, links of the streamings through your social media. So people will know that we have a very great, fruitful event this morning. So we are still during the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully that the pandemic is over as soon as possible. I'm sure that most of us are already vaccinated, that hopefully like in the next coming months, that the pandemic will be over and everything is going to be normal again, okay? So please be informed that the comments start shortly within a few minutes. Thank you. According to the timeline, we'll start the comments at 8:10. So we are waiting for a few delegates and invitations. Before we start, we'd like to have some animations and information for you while we are waiting for the complete invitation this morning. So this morning we also will have both plenary session and parallel sessions in the afternoon. So don't forget to rename your accounts. For example, that you need to identify which room did you belong and also your name. So it's also preferable if you include your affiliations. So it's easy for us to identify where you are from. The guidelines is already sent to the participants. Hopefully, the participants have read the guidelines and also further notifications from the committee. Thank you. It also have a parallel, like doing the parallel sessions, the roundtable sessions, question and answer sessions. So we do hope we will have a fruitful discussions this morning. So we have some notes for the participants again. So, we request your consent, ladies and gentlemen, that all the events will be recorded and for academic and non-commercial purposes. Thank you. For those who want to ask questions during the chat, please write down with the hashtag ask and your names, and also identify
recording in progress.
Your names and also which speakers that you are going to ask for. If you want to ask questions directly, please click the raise hand buttons and wait until the moderator and the host allows you to deliver your question directly. Okay, so time's coming. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, and thank you very much for joining with us this morning to celebrate the 5th year of success to host the International Conference on Mathematics, Informatics, Science and Educations, or Miseic 2021. This conference is hosted by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences under the coordination of Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publications, State University of Surabaya. Saturday, 4th of September 2021, would like to greet and welcome delegates, participants, and keynote speakers for today's conference. Would like to say thank you, His Excellency, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, His Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, for joining us this morning. Terima kasih Pak Bambang telah bergabung bersama kami pagi hari ini. I'd also like to say hello and welcome to our keynote speakers this morning. We have Professor Dr. Ingo Eltz, Professor at Institut für Didaktik der Naturwissenschaften, University of Bremen, Germany. Thank you very much, Professor Eltz, for joining us this morning. Also would like to welcome the second speakers, Professor Chia Ling Chiang, PhD. She is professor at Department of Education and Human Potential Development, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. And also would like to thank you, Professor Gillian Rohik, PhD, Professor of STEM Education, Department of Curriculum and Instructions, University of Minnesota, United States of America. I think it's still almost midnight in America this time, Professor. Thank you very much for joining us this late time in America. Also would like to thank you, Dr. John Pitchford, reader at Department of Mathematics, Departments of Biology, University of York, United Kingdom. Thank you very much. And of course, we have Professor Dr. Erman, Professor at Department of Science Education, State University of Surabaya. Thank you very much, senior members and faculties, professors, faculty members, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Dean, Professor Dr. Matlazin, and Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Vida Ahmadiyadi, for joining us and supporting this event. My name is Sueb, so I'll be serving as the MC for the opening ceremony and also the plenary session of today's conference. On behalf of the committee, would like to extend our gratitude to welcome you here virtually to join the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Miseic is an annual conference hosted by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. So this is the 5th year of the success by the faculty and also the committee for their commitment to provide space for scientists, researchers, educators, practitioners, and students to share their insights and collaborations through the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in a global pandemic on COVID-19. Again, so we do hope that this pandemic will be over soon, so we can get back to our routine activities. I'm sure that scientists here that we miss our lab so much. Okay, so we hope that we can get back again to the laboratorium as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, guests, participants, to begin this conference, please be invited to listen solemnly the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, along with the march of the university. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia Raya. Operator, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation together singing the national anthem and also the march of the university. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, currently I would like to inform you that we have accepted for about 130 selected papers and the committee has reviewed and selected into 119 selected papers and presenters. So we have friends and colleagues from across Indonesia, of course. So also would like to welcome our friends from America, Germany, Philippines. Some of them are from China and Japan. So for detailed information, to report the complete detailed information about the conference, would like to welcome the chairman of the conference, Dr. Benny Setiawan, to provide the reporting speech of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Benny Setiawan.
Thank you, Mr. Sueb, for the time. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice? Hello?
Yes, very clear, Doctor. This
Yes.
screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sueb. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of State University of Surabaya, represented Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, MPD, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Jinan Rohrik, PhD, Professor Dr. Ingo Ilk, FRSC, Dr. John Pitchford, Professor Jialing Jiang, PhD, and Professor Dr. Erman, MPD. And the Honorable also all of the invited speakers, series guests, presenters, and participants of the Mathematics, Informatics, Science, and Education Interconference, or Miseic 2021. Welcome to the State University of Surabaya. Welcome to the conference. We are proud to host the Miseic 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Miseic 2021 is the 5th Mathematics, Informatics, Science, and Education Interconference organized by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, State University of Surabaya. This interconference aims to bridge the scientists, education experts, and practitioners, and the students in the scientific forum through sharing ideas, issues about theoretical and practical knowledge in mathematics, informatics, science, and education. The theme for this year is advancing research on mathematics, informatics, science, and education for sustainable development in the Society 5.0 era. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 119 selected papers will present in this conference, which is attended by presenters who come from overseas, such as USA, Germany, Taiwan, Japan, China, India, and Indonesia. Hopefully, this conference will be a chance for scientific sharing as well as building future networking. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I'm very grateful to all members of the organizing committee and scientific committee for their great work to support this conference. We wish you all have a memorable moment in this conference and have fruitful and very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benny Setiawan, Chairman of the conference today. Again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to inform you that at the end of the conference, the selected papers will be published to the appointed journals, the national conference series, and also in national index journals, and of course the proceedings by the committee. Again, thank you very much, Chairman and the team and the organizing committee. You've done a very great job today. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the opening remarks by the directors of the State University of Surabaya. For this opportunity, will be represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Bapak Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, to deliver the opening remarks and also to officially open today's conference. Pak Bambang.
Terima kasih.
Are you?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Could you hear my sound?
Very clear, okay. Bapak, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce myself. My name is Bambang Yulianto. I am Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. Thank you very much. Let me Rector opening remarks in this agenda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, professors, speakers, delegates, and participants. Welcome to Mathematics, Informatics, Science, and Education International Conference, Miseic 2021. Distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ingo Eitz, is a professor at University of Bremen, Germany. Professor Ling Chiang, PhD, she is a professor at Department of Education and Human Potential Development, National Tongwa University, Taiwan. Professor Gillian Rohrich, PhD. She is a professor, STEM Education, Department of Curriculum and Instruction, University of Minnesota, United States of America. Dr. John Pitchford is a reader at Department of Mathematics and Department of Biology, University of York, United Kingdom. Professor Dr. Ehrman is a professor at Department of Science Education, State University of Surabaya, Indonesia. Deans and faculty members at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Matlasim and other faculty members. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference, Miseic 2021, focuses mathematics, informatics, science, and education with the theme of advancing research on mathematics, informatics, science, and education for sustainable development in the Society 5.0 era. Beside Miseic, this year, UNESA is hosting some other international conferences covering some majors. We will host one international conference on research and academic community services, ICRACOS, managed by Institute for Research and Community Services of UNESA. 2. International Conference on Education Innovation, ISEI, hosted by Faculty of Education of UNESA. 3. International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics, ICSAL, hosted by Faculty of Languages and Arts of UNESA. 4. International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, IZVEE, hosted by Faculty of Engineering of UNESA. 5. International Seminar of Sport and Exercise Science, ISSES, hosted by Faculty of Sports Sciences of UNESA. And finally, 6. International Conference on Science, Technology, Education, Art, Culture, and Humanity, hosted by Postgraduate School of UNESA. Ladies and gentlemen, these conferences are intended to provide spaces for researchers, educators, practitioners, and students to share the insights and build collaboration in the respective area. We are committed to giving positive contribution to development of human resources and education in Indonesia. Currently, UNESA is among the top 20 universities in Indonesia and 18th ranked time higher education world, with both specialties in education and research-based university. Our commitment is represented through our tagline, UNESA satu langkah di depan. UNESA one step ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, on behalf of the Rector of UNESA, I would like to extend my gratitude to all parties to host the conference today. First, organizing committee, Dr. Penny Setiawan and team. You have done great job. Thank you. The second, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publication of UNESA, IP, Dr. Eli Matul Imah and her team for their commitment to manage all the conferences and other scientific forums at UNESA. The third, faculty members of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Madlasim and other professors and faculty members. Thank you for your support and guidance for the conference. Fourthly, special keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Ingo from Germany, Professor Chialing Chiang from Taiwan, Professor Chilen Rukrik from America, Dr. John Pitchford from United Kingdom, and Professor Dr. Irman from UNESA, Indonesia. We do hope that conference gives positive contribution and runs well according to the timetable. For all professors, vice delegates, and participants, let me open this. I officially open this conference by Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Happy conferencing and good luck. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rector, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan.
Thank you very much, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, representing the Rector of the University, Professor Bambang Yulianto, to provide and to address the opening remarks this morning. Again, would like to thank you very much for your support and guidance for us, the committee, and also faculty members to make this conference happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to one of our favorite sessions, of course. What else? Photo sessions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to turn on your camera for about 30 seconds ahead, as the committee and the operators will take our pictures simultaneously. So don't forget to put your biggest smile during the photo sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, again, would like to invite you to turn on your camera for the next 30 seconds. So please, operators, take the pictures. Yeah. Paparazzi, without waiting for their smile. So it's going to find a very interesting collage during the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for the operator to take our pictures, again, we'd like to inform you that this conference is part of university's commitment to provide space for researchers, students, to collaborate for research and sharing their insights from the laboratory and from the classroom. I can see some big smiles from the participants. Thank you very much. Okay, still a few seconds. We have some layers. Thank you for the operators to take the pictures. I can't wait to see your bigger smile later on from your camera. That's great. Thank you very much, the operator. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for your participation during the opening ceremony. Again, I would like to extend our gratitude and welcome to you for great cooperations during the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the plenary sessions. We have our colleagues waiting to lead the plenary sessions. So the plenary sessions would like to be moderated by our colleagues, Dr. Berta Yonata. Doctor, are you with me this morning? Dr. Berta?
Hello, Pak Sueb.
I can hear your voice. Hi, Dr. Berta. How are you doing this morning?
I'm great, Pak Sueb. And how are you?
I'm really great. So I'm really happy to see you again this morning. So Dr. Berta, please would like to give the screen to you to lead the plenary session this morning. Dr. Berta, screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Sueb, for the opportunity given. First of all, I want to say hello to my beloved keynote speakers, parallel speakers, and all the participants. All the seminar participants, let's just enter to the main event that we are waiting for the most, namely the first plenary session. In this first plenary session, our three keynote speakers will deliver the presentation continuously. And after that, we will have question and answer session. Participants who are willing to ask questions can write in chat box. And then in this session, we have three keynote speakers. Keynote speaker 1, Professor Gillian Rubrick, PhD, from Department of Curriculum and Instruction, University of Minnesota, United States of America. Good morning, Professor Gillian Rubrick. In Indonesia, we are still in the morning. So good evening in the United States. And then keynote speaker 2, Professor Dr. Erman MPD from Department of Science Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. Selamat pagi, Prof. Erman.
Good morning.
And keynote speaker 3, Professor Chia-Ling Chiang, PhD from Department of Education and Human Potential Development, National Donghua University, Taiwan. Good morning, Professor Chiang. Before presenting the material, let me introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Gillian Rubrick, PhD. Professor Gillian Rubrick, PhD, she is a professor from STEM Education, Department of Curriculum and Instruction, University of Minnesota. And Professor Gillian Rubrick achieved her PhD in 2002 in University of Arizona in Teaching and Teacher Education, Science Education. Her topics of research interest include achievement gap, opportunity gap, and educational disparities. A lot of publication by Professor Gillian Rubrick, a lot of publication. In Scopus, there are 91, if I'm mistaken, documented by Professor Gillian Rubrick, and more than 1,000 citations by 1,409 documents. And then for H index, Professor Gillian Rubrick is 21. That is very high, Professor. One of the Professor Rubrick's latest publication is entitled Development Model for Environment-Based Learning to Improve Junior High School Students' Geographical Skill, published in Review of International Geographical Education. We have 30 minutes for Professor Rubrick to deliver her presentation. And then Professor Rubrick, time and screen is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm going to see if I can share my screen here and get my slides up. Yeah. All right, so what I'll be talking to you about today is some of our work here in the United States around integrated STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that we do at the K-12 level. And so I'll start talking a little bit about why would we even think about STEM in the first place. And so STEM reforms across the world are driven by concerns about the STEM workforce. And just in the United States alone, shortages in the STEM workforce are estimated to be around about 1 million workers over the next decade. So it's a significant number of new STEM workers that we need to prepare. And we refer to this problem as the STEM pipeline problem. And so as students work through elementary and travel through this pipeline, what we hope is to get more students to graduate, end up in that cup at the end of the pipeline with 4-year STEM degrees. But unfortunately, we lose students along the way here. And the numbers that you see in the graphic are actually from the state of California. And so what you'll see is that a little over 4 million students start high school each year in the state of California. And some of them don't graduate. Some of them don't graduate from high school, college ready. Around about of all those who are called, and unfortunately, several of those drop out as well. So ultimately, only about 4% of students end up getting a 4-year degree in STEM. So our goal is to get more students interested and engaged in STEM. And what you don't see in this graphic, though, is that the leaks in this pipeline are different for different kinds of students. So I'll just share some data by gender, just to make this brief. But if we look at the workforce in the United States, only 12% of engineers are women. So that means that more women are leaking out of this pipeline than our male students. So also part of our work is to think about how do we diversify who's going into the STEM fields. Another consideration when we think about preparing people for the STEM workforce is what are these jobs of the future going for our students? If we think about the first job at college probably does not even exist yet. For example, around about 50% of current jobs will be done by robots within the next 2 decades. So as we think about preparing our students for the STEM workforce, we have to be thinking about the skills that are needed for the future, not just the current workforce. And when you ask business leaders about what they need in the workforce, they will tell you that they need workers who can problem solve and innovate. In this Google era, it's not enough just what about what you know, it's about what you can do with that information. It's no longer enough to just learn scientific or mathematical content. It's equally important is the ability to create, analyze, and evaluate, the ability to discover new knowledge and seek new ways to apply that knowledge to solve real-world problems. Our students must be able to understand scientific concepts and use those concepts to answer questions and solve problems. So STEM education focuses on 21st century skills to prepare that future STEM workforce. So critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Here in the United States, to address these STEM workforce needs, we've developed new standards. These are the Next Generation Science Standards, NGSS for short, and they were released in 2013. So we've been doing this for a few years, but some of the things that we've been trying to do in our classrooms are very new for our teachers. And the thing that stands out the most is the inclusion of engineering practices in our science classrooms. So our science teachers are now expected to engage students in the engineering design process, as well as teaching them different scientific concepts. And I'll just share briefly some rationales for why we are thinking about this and why we think it's important for engineering to be part of the science classroom. Engineering provides a real-world context, so it's more motivating and engaging for students to think about how they can learn and apply mathematics and science. And it's also a great vehicle and context for developing those important 21st century skills as students engage in real-world problem solving. So what we've seen over the in the United States, and also as I've traveled across the world, I see this in many other countries, is a proliferation of STEM schools. But unfortunately for us, the NGSS did not really truly define STEM, and that left us as researchers, educators, and our schools making local decisions about what STEM means. And unfortunately, without any clear operational definitions, that means that really all we agree on is that STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. As I go into different schools, I see very, very different things and very different ideas about what STEM possibly means. And because of some of these limitations, we've seen even more developments from STEM. We start to see STEAM schools, so that's the addition of the arts, so science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. We have quite a few E-STEM schools, so these are environmental STEM schools. This one happens to be the logo of one of the schools I work with here in town, one of our middle schools. And we're also seeing a lot more now what we call C-STEM or STEM plus C schools. And this is adding the C as computer science or coding. And so we're seeing a lot of work with things like robotics, computer coding, 3D printing, maker spaces, those kinds of things are becoming very fashionable here. So a lot of different ways that this is happening. But again, unfortunately in our field, it's not really well defined and operationalized. So one of the things we did early in our work here in Minnesota, and this was actually predated the NGSS. This was around about 2010, when Minnesota added engineering to their state science standards, is we developed a framework that would help our teachers think about the curriculum and the instruction that they were offering for students in their classroom. And so our framework for quality STEM integration has some critical characteristics that all curriculum and all instruction around integrated STEM should have. And so it should involve a meaningful, motivating, and engaging context. So some kind of real world problem that contextualizes the learning. Our learners should have opportunities to participate directly in an engineering design task and engage in those new engineering practices that we have to have students work with. Students should have an opportunity to learn from failure and opportunities to redesign. So as they work and develop possible solutions to these problems, in the real world, if you know any engineers, quite often these things don't work. As we innovate and we try to apply new things, often things go wrong, and students have to learn how to diagnose that and learn from that failure. We have to be really careful that whatever instruction we do really truly does include science and mathematics. It's very easy to get these engineering tasks that are just sort of building something, a craft project. And we want to make sure that students are learning and applying science and mathematics in the process. It's really critical that our pedagogy is student-centered. This is not the kind of instruction that can be done with a lecture, and this can be very difficult for our teachers to adapt to. And then finally, as I noted, in terms of thinking about the future workforce, we really have to make sure that any curriculum that we develop and use does promote those 21st century skills. And so one of the things that we started to do with our work then is to say, okay, well, we spend a lot of time in classrooms. All of my research is conducted in a classroom, either understanding how teachers implement STEM or how students are learning STEM. But what is it that we see when we look in a classroom? How would we know it was a high quality classroom? And our framework is a little helpful in that. It gives some guidelines for teachers in terms of what might happen and some guidelines for researchers, but it's just not detailed enough. If any one of the people, all 100 or so of us on here, were to look at any of these classrooms, we would notice different things. We would have different ideas maybe about what counted as high quality STEM. So the work that I'll share with you here is the development of a protocol that can be used in research where we can really define and operationalize what we're seeing and then be able to quantify and measure the quality of integrated STEM in classrooms. And I want to make sure that I give credit to my colleagues here. This was a large grant from the National Science Foundation, and it was in large part conducted at the University of Minnesota, but also with my colleagues, Drs. Emily Dare and Joshua Ellis, who are at Florida International University, Dr. Elizabeth Ring Whalen, who's at St. Catherine University, which is another university here in Minnesota, and finally, Dr. Mark Rulu, who's at Michigan Technological University, and he's the statistician who works with us on our project. So they're very much part of the work that I'll share here for the remainder of this talk. And so what we set out to do was to develop a new STEM observation protocol that we could use in K-12 classrooms. We wanted this to be quantitative, so we could have measures and look across many, many classrooms and do sort of comparison studies and things like that. And so what we were able to do is use a large set of classroom video from a prior funded project that we had. And from that project, we have had access to over 2,000 videos, mainly from upper elementary, middle school, and a few high school classrooms. And we were also able to collect a little bit of new classroom video before COVID. Unfortunately, COVID made that a little bit difficult for us to extend our video data set. But I'll just go over this quickly, but what we did is we used the literature in this video set, and initially we generated 70 items. We went through an iterative process of reviewing and collapsing down to 16 items. At that point, we tested those draft items using our video inventory, and again, through an iterative process, we refined the wording of those items and the different item levels. And ultimately from this, we have an instrument that has 10 items, each with 4 levels. So for each item, we can score 0 through 3 as we observe a classroom. And if anyone wants to know more about this, we have a paper that I would be happy to share the link with anybody later on. And so what I'll do briefly here is I'll let you get a glimpse at what the 10 different items are. We don't have time to talk about all of these, obviously, today in this short time that we have. But you can see here there's topics in terms of relating content to students' lives, developing multiple solutions, integration of content, making sure we have student agency and collaboration, evidence-based reasoning, technology practices, and STEM career awareness. So that's the topics for the 10 items. And then what I'll share here just briefly is just one of the items, so you can get a sense as to what it looks like and what the levels look like. And this is item 4 from our instrument, and this is an instrument that looks at the levels of cognitive engagement in STEM. So as I mentioned in our framework, we want this to be very student-centered. Students shouldn't just be listening to a lecture and memorizing content to spit back on an exam. They should be creating and analyzing with content. And so you'll see the levels here very much mirror Bloom's taxonomy. And so you'll see as the scores go up from 0 to 3, we're moving from those lower levels of Bloom to remember and understand, to use and apply, and finally the highest levels of analyze and evaluate. So as we observe, we look for evidence of the cognitive levels of engagement for students in the classroom. And so what we did as we had these 10 items is we worked through a process to make sure we had inter-rater reliability. We scored 136 videos. This was myself and a team of 6 graduate students. And we used Krippendorf's alpha, and we were able to achieve an acceptable alpha level of 0.6. With the exception of one item, we were really close at 0.58. So at that point, we moved forward with the next phase of the statistical analysis. And from there, we moved on to do exploratory factor analysis so we could understand how these items possibly created different dimensions for integrated STEM. So we scored a total of 314 videos for this part of the process. And our initial statistical analysis revealed support for 3 possible models, a 3-factor, 4-factor, and 5-factor model. With further statistical analysis, what we move forward with is the 4 and the 5-factor model. And I'll share those with you here briefly. And I know this is going very fast, and I'm happy to share slides with people so you can look at this in more detail as well. So this is the 4-factor model, which explains about 50% of the variance here. And I'll just point out a few things here. First, item 10 does not show up here. Item 10 does not load in the 4-factor model. And given that item 10 is STEM career awareness, and this is all about development for STEM workforce, that's a little concerning. And also another problem that we notice is item 1, if you see down towards the bottom in factor 3, has a negative loading, suggesting that connecting to students' interests and prior experiences seems to be not connected, which seems a little bit problematic to us. So those are some things that concern us about the 4-factor model. So we dug a little deeper. This is the 5-factor model. And this explains more of the variance. It explains 61% of the cumulative variance. We can see now that item 1 does load positively. We liked that aspect of this model. We also see item 10 loading into this model. And so there's some things that we definitely feel conceptually more compelling about this model, but statistically they both work. So it was really important to us to start to look across models and start to think conceptually about why we might argue for one versus another. It's very difficult for you as you're looking at my Zoom screen to compare across. So I'll just highlight a couple of things here and we can talk about those a little bit more. So this grouping in factor 1 of items 3, 4, 7, and 8 was common across both models. So we feel pretty good about that being an important dimension of integrated STEM. And so this is grouping developing multiple solutions, cognitive engagement, student collaboration, and evidence-based reasoning. And so we group these together and we think of these as 21st century STEM skills. And just a quick reminder there, that was the one item I shared with you, cognitive engagement. So this is thinking about the degree to which students are engaging in those higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy. So the higher the score, the more critical thinking when we think about 21st century skills. Item 3 looks at the fact that when we look at a real world problem, there are multiple possible solution pathways. And so students are able to have to sort through different solutions, decide which path they're going to take, weigh up the affordances and constraints of those different possible solutions. And when there's no clear pathway and the students have to make decisions for themselves, this really starts to bring out some more of those 21st century skills. Again, critical thinking as I weigh up the possibility of solution A versus solution B. And we have to be really creative as we think about this. When we think about real world problems, we don't know the answer to these problems. Students have to engage in creative thinking to do this work. Item 7 looks at how our students engage in small groups. A lot of the work that we see in our classroom, students are not in a whole lecture setting. They're working at tables in small groups. And so this item really looks at those collaborative and communication skills that students have to have as they work together on these design challenges. So this grouping of items, again, we call it 21st century STEM skills. And we really see this as the intersection between STEM practices. So it might be hypothesizing, graphing, calculating averages, developing understanding criterion constraints, and then those 21st century skills, so creativity, communication, etc. So let's go back to the 5-factor model and look quickly for some of the other dimensions. And so what I'll point out here is another dimension we feel pretty positive about, this grouping of items 2, 3, and 6. So we'll look at this really, really briefly. So item 2 is very central to what we do and think about in integrated STEM. And this is this item is around about contextualizing student learning. So very simply, item 2 suggests that a critical characteristic of integrated STEM is that all learning needs to be contextualized by a real-world problem. This real-world problem provides the motivation for learning those different target STEM concepts. Having visited some of your schools in Indonesia, your students are definitely a lot more polite than they are in the United States. In the United States, we often hear, why do we have to learn this? When will we ever need to know this? And when we use these real-world problems to contextualize learning, we don't hear that from students. Students become naturally engaged and motivated in the problems. And so this grouping that we call real-world problem solving really brings then together the real-world problem, the idea that these real-world problems are often centered for us because of the Next Generation Science Center standards around engineering, and engineering problems have multiple possible solutions. And when we have multiple possible solutions, we have to allow for student agency in the classroom. We can't give the students directions. It's not like making furniture where we have to make it line up and the screws have to go in a certain place. Students have multiple opportunities. They have to be creative, and we have to allow them that space to learn and make mistakes. So this grouping of items is about real-world problem solving and giving students the agency to develop those solutions for themselves. All right, we're running out of time here, so I'll talk a little bit faster maybe, which is not always good for people's understanding. But factor 4 here in the 5-factor model is a grouping of items 1, 2, and 5. And this looks at how the integrated STEM content relates to students' lives, how it's contextualized by a real-world problem, and how content is integrated. So how do students understand science and mathematics connected together, or engineering and mathematics together? How do they understand that integration of the content? And this is actually very different to how things load in the 4-factor model. And it turns out that item 5 is the linchpin here. And it's its own single factor in the 4-factor model. So there's something going on with item 5 that we're going to need to investigate a little bit more. So I'll just briefly share item 5 here. And this again looks at the degree to which content is integrated. So how do we understand the connections between science and mathematics, or science and engineering, and how specific and sustained is that information for students? And what we see is that there's two possibilities here. First is that it could be that content and context integration are separate ideas and that they're not linked and they're separate dimensions in the instrument. And that's what we see in the 4-factor model. Or possibly from the 5-factor model, and the integration is a broader construct and that context and content integration work in parallel together as we make observations in classrooms. I personally lean towards this latter one of this broader context in terms of what we observe in classrooms. But this is one of the things that we are researching more. We're doing a lot of work on that this year. We've scored now all 2,000 of our videos, and we're starting to explore this both statistically and qualitatively as we look at different observations that we have. And so in the last slide here, we'll talk about what's coming up next this year. We're hoping to get back into classrooms and collect more data and understand how teachers can use this framework. But at this point in the United States, while our students are back in classrooms, we're not really able to get in and do research. So we're putting that on hold. So we're working on those 2,000 videos we have. We're moving on to confirmatory factor analysis. Now we've completed our exploratory factor analysis. We're also really interested on how the model might be different in some more science-focused lessons versus more engineering-focused lessons. We definitely qualitatively seeing some differences in how that plays out. So we wonder if our model might be different if we're in a more science-focused versus an engineering-focused classroom. We're also interested across a STEM unit. These units range from 1 to 3 weeks. How these different items might shift over time as a unit progresses, and students might get more into the higher level blooms as we go further into the unit possibly. So it might depend the day in a unit where we're at in that structure, how these things play out in our model. And then the last question that we'll be exploring is, are there differences in how integration plays out in different classrooms? So if I take a video in a biology classroom versus a video in a chemistry classroom, does integration play out differently? And what are those differences? So those are some of the things that we're going to be looking at with our graduate student team this year with that set of videos. Finally, I just want to acknowledge the people who are part of this work. Again, my colleagues I mentioned before that I work with on the grant, as well as a lot of the graduate students that I work with. I won't say all their names here, but this work would not happen without our graduate students doing a lot of this work, and the National Science Foundation for providing the money and the resources to do this project. And I'll just end by putting my email up here on the screen. I know we won't have a chance to fully engage through Zoom on all the possible questions people have, but if there are any follow-ups or people want copies of papers, please just email me, and I'm more than happy to share that with people. So I will stop sharing my slides here, and I don't know if we want to take any questions now, or if we're going to hold them until after the other two keynote speakers. I'm happy either way.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Glenn Rohek, for the great presentation about STEM education. And participants who are willing to ask questions can write in the chat box, and you will have time to deliver your question live in the question and answer session. Thank you again for Professor Glenn Rohek. And we proceed to the second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Erman MPD. Let me introduce our second keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Erman MPD is a professor of science education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. He achieved his PhD in doctoral degree from UPI Bandung in 2012. The latest research of Professor Dr. Erman MPD entitled An Intensive Scaffolding in Addressing Macroscopic Socio-Scientific Issues to Help College Students Learning Science at Microscopic Level. Professor Dr. Erman MPD, good morning. Selamat pagi, Prof. Erman.
Good morning and selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have 30 minutes for Professor Erman to deliver his presentation. Professor Erman, screen and time is yours.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank you to the Vice Rector of UNESA for Academic Affairs and the excellence of Dean of Mathematics and Science and Natural Science Faculty, Vice Dean, and to the moderator who has given me the opportunity to speak here in the great international conference and seminar, Miseic. And this moment, I would like to present the Addressing Socio-Scientific Issues for Sustainable Development, a Learning Strategy, and Predominant Research in Science Education. This topic reminding us about the science education is not just to enhance our knowledge about the universe and our process inside, but also for sustainable development. So this is I will introduce to you all about the tetrahedron of Mahathi to guide the science classroom for sustainable development.
Excuse me, Prof. Erman, would you mind to present in a slideshow?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Erman.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me to continue here. As we know, digital media now is a lifestyle because we live in the era in which the social media and media platforms such as smartphone is widely used by almost everyone, including Indonesia. That is, according to Spratman 2018, about 50% of Indonesian people use social media and spend 29% of their times for social media. This is message us that everyone is quickly receive and share information, including the socio-scientific issue here. And Indonesia is the sixth top rank among the top 21st countries ranked by internet users during 2013 to 2018. And what is the important message for this phenomenon? That social media is potential to become the predominantly learning sources in science classes. And also, social media can be the main sources of information or knowledge for students right now. So, understanding social media is important now and for the present and all the future. So, let's to understand well what is the definition of socio-scientific issues. The socio-scientific issues, SI here, is an intersection of science and societal concern, so sometimes considered as the scientific practices that is complex because it's connected with other disciplines and also often controversial both in procedures and assumption procedures, it means how to solve the problems or to explain the socio-scientific issue, and also the assumption is referred to assumption that can be used to interpret the phenomenon or to interpret the object related to the socio-scientific issues here. SSI sometimes is known as a current problems that are unresolved. So this is give us open opportunity to discuss or to debate and allow for the activation intellectual tensions to the minds. And this is the way to increase, the way to promote our critical thinking skills and high order thinking skills. Socio-scientific issues sometimes are considered as a productive context. So although the socio-scientific issue is sometimes known as a controversial, but this is have our essential value especially for the productive context for science learning, because it has a potential to contribute to teachers and students' understanding of science and the nature of science. So scientific issue have some features. As I saw an example here about the global warming, about the USA President Joe Biden, about the impact of global warming that Jakarta has the potential to be seen at the next 10 years. This is present macroscopically and use a social language. Sometimes it can be considered as a problem to get the solution to anticipate the impact of the global warming issue. And some maybe can be considered as a controversial that this can praise of science aspect, but not explicitly written here. So it's implicitly related or contain science aspect. So many socio-scientific issues can be a hoax or can be a fact. For example, the weather we have still remind that in Indonesia to make a rain by solving some salt into a basin and place it in front of the house, and to elect the solution to evaporate to make rain. This is sometimes known as hoax. But we can get many facts here. For example, pollution, in which fish die together here, and using formalin in food, and health sometimes get the disadvantage for people or for user. That can be seen easily, that could be accepted easily and shared easily through the digital social media. So this issue, also scientific issue, I immediately shared to the social media without validation, without verification, and without testing. But all people can see from the social media directly. And now it is difficult to get some social scientific issues through the book because it is low rate to textbook. Most of social scientific issues, unfortunately, most of social scientific issues are in the context of science education for sustainable development. For example, in economic resource use, exhaustion, materials, energy, or water issues, about the environmental and the social, about health and education. So many scientific issues that we can be found from the social media, we can accept, we can easily to serve from social media, is related to the science education for sustainable development. That is very important for us to address, to explain scientifically. How to explain? Some experts have defining the teaching and learning framework of social scientific issue here. In this framework, students or everyone should be connected to the science ideas, should be connected to the societal concern in order they can explain and then they can address the socio-scientific issues scientifically. And by connecting to the socio-scientific ideas, to the science ideas and societal concern, students or people can develop their thinking skills, the skills in the context of socio-scientific issues that let them to synthesize an ideas, for example, argument, logical argument, and also the idea to solve the problems. But unfortunately here, we've experienced with the difficulty students to addressing socio-scientific issues. The difficulty is relating to the connection to science idea, because the difficulty in identifying and explaining science aspect of socio-scientific issues mainly here is the implicitly science that are not explicitly written in the socio-scientific issues. Students maybe are easily to explain, to identify, to define the explicitly, but this is the scientific aspect that explicitly written in the socio-scientific issue is very limited. So they should develop their knowledge to this implicitly or that are related, tightly related to the science issue in the socio-scientific issues. Also, students have difficulty to connect the social concern because they don't know in deeper about the socio-scientific issue, including this science aspect here. So students sometimes can answer the question about who, about where, about when, that is explicitly written in the scientific science, and this is the macroscopically forms, but they still get difficulties to explain in the microscopically, that is scientifically fashioned about the socio-scientific issues. Connecting to social science concern, because we experience too, many students have difficulties to explain the microscopic knowledge. For example, biochemistry in the context of health, so scientific about health that is relating to the biochemistry and sport also. Biochemistry that is microscopic knowledge should be addressed here in order to explain this socio-scientific issue in the context of health, in the context of sports maybe. So most students connect easily to the social concern, microscopically general information, but microscopically science are difficult. That is need us. The teacher should be realized, should be consider how to practice student in order to address socio-scientific issue. For sustainable development, science education should be applied, should be changed from the triangle of John Stone, that is science education in science classes more focused intensively on the content science, on science content, more focused on the science content that is not consider the human elements, because then to understanding the science content is very difficult maybe. So many science teachers focused on how to understand the science contents. So should be changed to consider that to apply the principle of tetrahedron Mahavi here, in which scientific practice are considered in science classroom. So the context-based learning, especially the social scientific issues, should be addressed, should be bring into science classroom. So to take more attention, to pay more attention for teachers and all students here. How to practice students? Students should be helped to connect, to develop and to synthesize. This is how to identify, to practice students to identify, to define, and to explain science aspect of socio-scientific issue, both explicitly and implicitly. Science aspect should be addressed, should be identified, should be defined, should be explained, and all of them. But this is the challenge. This is the challenge because we frequently find students have difficulty to understand the science related, especially they have a lack prior knowledge and still difficulties to understanding textbook or references. So this should be practiced them, and also how to identify, define, and explain societal concern of socio-scientific issues in order to explain, in order to develop their thinking skills, for example, critical thinking skills, so scientific thinking skills, problem-solving skills, and creative thinking skills, and even metacognitive skills here. By developing this reasoning, the students are potentially to create ideas, to solve problems, and also to explain socio-scientific issues, information, and that is potential to construct new knowledge. Sociologists and also philosophers have identified the controversial socio-scientific issues as important features of scientific research and the nature of science. However, to understand scientific controversies require a focus on the detail. For example, scientific question, methods, and this is, as Indonesian strive to apply the scientific approach in science classroom, in science classes, that is socio-scientific issue can be used as an object that that students should be observed here, the unresolved problem, the controversial issues here, and then stimulate the student to asking question. From the question is the starting point for inquiry scientific practices, and other students can be conducting an investigation, discovery, or case study, so they can develop their knowledge and they construct their knowledge and developing their skills and also attitude and accord with their competencies here. So what is the advantage of addressing scientific issues here? By connecting to science ideas of socio-scientific issues, students will stimulate to construct new knowledge. So we can imagine if many socio-scientific issues can be addressed, how many knowledge that student can be constructed here. And by connecting to science ideas and societal concerns, stimulate students develop their higher-order thinking skills in the context of socio-scientific issues. So they can practice, they can train to practice or to implement high-order thinking skills in science classes. And addressing socio-scientific issues also promote scientific literacy, as here I provide the low level of socio-scientific issue, scientific literacy among students, and the nominal scientific literacy in the pre-test. But after the addressing the scientific issue, they shifted to the functional and conceptual socio-scientific literacy level, and some achieved the multidimensional scientific literacy according to the baby classification of scientific literacy. Addressing socio-scientific issue also avoids students or protecting students from misleading of information. As we know, many informations that can be quickly accepted, quickly shared through the digital social media have not validated, have not tested, and have not verified by experts. So everyone can quickly share, can quickly accept the information that this may be the correct information or maybe something misleading information. So that is potentially to have misconception. We have identified some factors that contribute to student connection to socio-scientific issue, that is connection to science ideas and also to the societal concerns here. The first is the feature of socio-scientific issues, because socio-scientific issues is frequently present in the form of macroscopic or macroscopically presentation, in which science ideas are implicitly but not written explicitly. That is need prior knowledge, need previous knowledge that related to the science that implicitly comprise in socio-scientific issues. And socio-scientific issue features is controversial. That is need critical thinking skill to explain, need knowledge to explain, and need skills to solve the problem that in the socio-scientific issue. Textbooks or references here, that is the other factors here. Because textbook, especially science textbook, for example, biochemistry, physical chemistry, and others maybe, are written in use scientific language that are difficult for students, that are difficult for many people to learn. Or maybe other references here. So this is the availability of textbook and the accessibility of textbook that easily to understand by a student is contributed to the student capacity to connect to the scientific issue and also to other scientific issues. Prior related knowledge, of course, this is very important. We have experienced that preparing students by conventional teaching, conventional learning in science classes is not sufficiently, is not adequately to prepare students with prior related knowledge. So this is we urgently we encourage the teachers and science educators to use, to apply socio-scientific issues-based learning, because that is the best way to practice students to address or to explain socio-scientific issues. And thinking capacity, of course. Thinking capacity is very important to connecting to the science idea, to connect to the societal concern. This is needed to address socio-scientific issue. So this is should be considered in scaffolding in SSI-based learning in science classes. So science teaching and science learning, we should transform from the content-based teaching to the context-based learning. From in the past science learning, sometimes we focus more, we intensively focus our teaching, our learning on the context, on the content of science. And that should be transformed at the present and the future to the context-based learning, for example, SSI-based teaching and based learning. Teacher and textbook are the main learning source in the past, but in the present and the future, teacher and textbook are not the main sources of learning. Students can be easily looking for or explore more information from digital social media. An observant object or phenomenon of nature. In the past, sometimes we bring students, we engaging students to directly observe object from the nature, from the environment. But the next and the future maybe observation object or phenomena can be done through digital media. Knowledge is constructed from reading books, newspaper, and other hard copy sources in the past. But in the future, in the present and future, students provide more time to read digital-based information because reading and searching from digital media is updated. We'll get the updated information, the more updated knowledge than from textbook. Sometimes students in the past difficult to get information or science, but in the present, in future, students are easily to get information from many sources and share and spread widely through social media. So social scientific issue has been widely involved in learning in the past, but now social scientific issue is widely accepted, widely shared by students, and maybe should be considered, should be concerns by teachers and science educators in science classes. So the conclusion here, addressing social scientific issue led students to construct new knowledge in the context of social scientific issues. Addressing social scientific issues led students to develop higher thinking skills such as scientific thinking skills, problem solving skills, and also critical thinking and even metacognitive here. Addressing social scientific issues led students to promote their scientific literacy. Addressing scientific issues also protecting students from misleading and misconception. So we have 3 recommendations here about the scientific issues. Scientific based learning should be emphasized as a learning strategies in science classes for sustainable development. Scientific issue-based learning, including students' knowledge, critical thinking, problem-based problem solving, and logical argumentation, even metacognitive, should be the focus of science educational research to prepare students to live in the 21st century. And the last recommendation here is related research topics such as misconception and scaffolding students to explain socio-scientific issues scientifically urgently for science educational research. This is the important thing, and please not to stop questioning because of not stop observing socio-scientific issues. From Albert Einstein, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Erman, for the great presentation about addressing socio-scientific issues. Thank you very much, Prof. Erman. And participants are encouraged to ask questions by writing in the chat box or raising hand in Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker, let me introduce Professor Chia-Ling Chiang. She is a professor of Department of Education and Human Development Potential, National Donghua University, Taiwan. She achieved her PhD in National Changhua University of Education, Taiwan. Her research interests are multicultural science education, social interaction in classroom, discourse analysis, and earth science education. Her latest publication, entitled Effect of Augmented Reality on Astronomy Learning, an example of informal constellation courses that published in International Journal on Digital Learning Technology. Good morning, Prof. Chia-Ling Chiang.
Okay.
We have 30 minutes for you to deliver presentation. Screen and time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, to attend this session. And it's my great honor to be here. And I also see some of my old friends, such as Nadi, Benny, and Riris. I'm really glad to see you here. Today I'm going to share my research, one of my research topic with you, that is science identity. The subtitle is the small definition which I give to the science identity. I think maybe it's easier to understand. For me, science identity is the distance between science and me. So let me show you why I try to study this topic. Because in 1994, wow, that's a long time ago, when I was a master's student, I researched the topic about students' image of scientists. And when I asked my elementary students to draw a scientist test, I asked them to draw down their image of scientists. And most of them just draw like this. Okay, you can see most of them draw a white male and with dirty clothes or terrible hairstyles. And most of them are alone in a lab, with risk and with a lot of really strange things, equipments. So that's their image of scientists. And when I also do the individual interview with them, and I ask them to give me some names of the scientists. Most of them just give me Newton, Einstein, or Marie Curie, something like that. And they never gave me any name of scientists who are related to them or who are around themselves. So I asked them, okay, could you use the adjectives to describe the scientists in your mind? So first of all, I gave them the first adjective, male, and I also leave a blank on the right column. And that's because I want to make sure if the student can understand the meaning of the adjective. So if the student write down female or girl or or woman, something like that, then I can understand. She or he can understand the word. And then I give them other adjectives like smart, long, hardworking, and each of the opposite adjectives of in the right column, the student can write down. And then I ask the student, for example, that is a girl, to use the red dot to point out, what do you think you are? So the girl just used the red dot on this position. And I also asked her to use the blue dots to represent scientists in her mind. And that's what she answered to me. And then I asked her to use the red dots to represent herself. And this is what she had done. And I found that there is some interesting things, because you can see there is distance between the scientist in her mind and what she thinks for herself. So when I interviewed several students, I found that the distance between science and each student are different. Some students, if they love science, the distance is small or close. But if the students hate science, the distance is really far away. So this is the end of the study, I asked myself, do we overemphasize scientists' smartness? Do we overemphasize scientists' perseverance? Or do we overemphasize the laboratory risks? And then I finished my master's degree and I finished my doctoral degree. And until now, I found that most of the research in science education want to answer this question: how to facilitate students' science learning. We use lots of ways to try to answer this question. Some of the ways could belong to individual approach, and some of them are social cultural approach. But I still wonder if these two approaches have no across. I mean, do they have the connection? If they're the third approach of these studies. And I still keep studying for that. And when I saw this book, Science Learning Identity, it is edited by Ruth and Kenneth Tobin. I found that, okay, this will answer what I want. That's identity. Because this is the third approach, that's they call it dialectical approach. It can connect the individual approach and the social cultural approach, because identity seems to belong to the individual's feeling, but it is influenced by the social culture. So maybe this is what I want. So first of all, I have to answer this question: what is identity? Most of the researchers use different definition, but I still try to use the simplest one. So when a human being acts and interacts in a given context, others will recognize that person as acting and interesting as a certain kind of person. So being recognized as a certain kind of person in a given text is identity. So that's the all relates to self-image. When the students ask who I am, then the answer is the student's identity. And that's the example. If you believe your characteristics or your future is related to your sign, for example, if you're a Taurus, then maybe some adjectives will others will try to use these adjectives to describe you. For example, reliable, practical, ambitious, or stubborn. And maybe you will describe somebody like that as a person born under the sign of Taurus. Tom is kind and gentle. Or Taurus tend to be good with finances. If this is true, I hope, I wish I was Taurus. Okay, so this is a kind of identity. So if identity is related to science, we call it science identity. And this is the question I also ask myself. If one person has only one identity, of course not. Because just as we said, the kind of person one is recognized by being as a given time and a place. So from text to text, the identity could be changed and of course can be ambiguous. So it is dynamic process. It is not stable and it is not only one identity for one person. Okay, so what is science identity? For me, in science education, the term identity has been used in a general sense to describe who we think we must be to engage in science. So it is related to engagement. And science identity has been defined in different ways, but it broadly refers to the degree to which one sees oneself and is recognized by others as a science person. So everybody has its identity related to science. So the students' identity related to science, we call it science identity. So different students may have different science identity. Okay, oops, sorry. And except science identity, this term, there are other terms referred to science identity, such as science learning identity, identity as a science learner, or school science identity. And the Gaines and the Parkers called it as science-related identity. And other researchers also called it science-orientedness of students' identity as learners. No matter which terms they use, they are similar, not the same, but they are similar. They have the similar identity definitions. But why? Why science identity is important? Because identity is all related to the person's self or related to the person's community, the groups or nations or gender, anything related. So focusing on identity and identity construction may help us see learning in a whole new light. It may help us acquire a feeling for the learner that encompasses multi-dimensions of being in a world. Social, relational, cognitive, rational, affective, emotional, behavioral, cultural, racial, and so on. So science identity is constructed by individual experiences and socially shaped with others in society or cultures, so that it helps to explain how and why students choose to engage with or escape from science learning. So when we try to facilitate students' science learning, maybe this is the root why students choose to engage in or choose to escape from the science learning. And there are several models of science identity to describe the construction or the formation of science identity. I choose three models to describe it. That is the most popular to use it. The first one is personality and the social structure perspective. That's 2002 Cotet and Levin describe PSSP through the recognition of the interconnection of three levels of analyze when studying identity. That is personality, interaction, and social structure. So here is the diagram they use. You can see the level of interaction describe the pattern that exists in the day-to-day contact among individuals. So it is in these interactions that individuals from their unique selves and find a fit between social norms and their unique personal characteristics. The level of personality refers to the self, including self-concepts and the self-perceptions. So it also addresses the sameness and the continuity that individuals feel in moving between different groups and situations. And the social structure describes the framework of groups and society, including social norms, social roles, and the pressures that the structure creates. So when the students try to interact with others, then the social structures and social norms and the student's personality will influence each other. Okay, so that's the first model I tried to introduce to you. And the second one, it is called position triangulation. In position, it is based on the positioning theory. So positions are defined as clusters of beliefs about how rights and duties are distributed during an interaction. So in every person's positioning, there is a mutually interactive relationship among position, speech, act, and storyline. So this is the triangulation, position triangulation shape. You can see a triangular here. And on the top of the diagram, that is the position. Positions that are taken to positions themselves and others in classrooms. So each student in the classroom has its own position. Some students' position is higher than others. We can imagine that the students have higher positions. Most of them are get the higher degree, higher graders, or the teachers will like the students most, or yeah, you can see the difference positions between the students. And you can also see the speech act. Students and their teachers are engaged in classroom talk and their interactions. That's the speech act, which influenced by the position that they take, the position they take. So if the teachers just encourage the student, oh, yes, your answer is really creative, or I really like your answers, then the students' positions can get in higher. So the speech act is really important in this model. So in the interaction between speech act and positioning act, certain storylines of learning take place. So the storyline means when the interaction happening, what kind of the story or the others will join the story. That's the interesting point. Okay. Then the third model is phenomenological variant ecological system theory. It is PVEST. The third model is quite complex. This is a framework designed to study the influence and outcomes of identifying characteristics and experiences on an individual's perceptions and behavioral responses to their environment and subsequent challenges faced within that environment. It is shown like that. Yeah, you can see it's really complex to understand. First of all, you can see PVST is a dynamic system, okay? And there are 5 subsystems in this model. That is micro, meso, exo, macro, and chronal. That is, that means the different scale. If you see the individual's mind, then that's the micro. And if you see the interaction, it could be between meso and exo. And if you see the whole society value, then it will belong to the macro scale. And the chronal is about time system. when time goes on, then the students' identity will change. So what happens when time goes on, the identity changes? You can see there are 5 components which make this happen. So the first one is net vulnerability. So this is the stress engagement, reactive this is related to factors that a person is either born with, that is the student's race, the ethnics, or its gender, or their physical characteristics, because, for example, your colors, your skin color, or your eyes, or your hair colors, something like that. And where you are born, your choose, for example, your social economic status, your language, the language you use, and your beliefs or your religion. That's all belong to net vulnerability. And the stress engagement, the second one, is the actual experiences, circumstance, or incident that a person faces due to their net vulnerability. These situations often take place within the individual's immediate context, where they face a dilemma that is the result of their position between a risk and the availability of supportive measures. So it is all the support and the change, always a challenge. What do you choose? So if the students is in the classroom is with the support, then students' stress will get low. But the challenge in the classroom is high, then the students may be his or her science identity, or the engagement will be low. So this is the model is try to describe or to explain what happened when the student's science identity is changing. And my students always ask me, is personal science identity related to other identities such as ethnic and gender identity? The answer is yes, because when you interact with others, the characteristics or the nature of you, your religion, your ethnic, your gender, all will influence your interaction with others. So this is the term they use. They call it as hybrid identity. That means all the different identity may, in some situations, they may face together and interact together. So, for example, if your research topic is about Black girls or urban indigenous students, that are the different identities, they interact together. So it will be more complex for the students to learn science. So if the ethnic minority students are girls, for example, Black girls, there are double obstacles or boundaries for them to learn science. That's, I call it a hybrid identity. So I also have a study. The topic is, which tribe are you referring to? A comparative study of Turku, Amis, and Han students' identity as science learners. Turku and Amis are two indigenous tribes in Taiwan, and Han people is the majority ethnic in Taiwan. And I try to compare their identity as science learners. That's because for the Truku tribe, there are men-centered culture. And for Ames tribe, there are women-centered culture. So I just try to understand if their culture can influence their identity as science learners. And in my study, this is about the purpose of my study, is to compare the primary students' identity as science learners among these three groups, and to explore the mention of ethnic differences of identity. The method is questionnaire survey, and it is named Primary Students' Identity of Science Learning. It includes 4 phases that are engagement, imagination, alignment, and nature. So what is engagement? It is our direct experience of the world and our active involvement with others. So in the science classroom, for the students, engagement is their learning behavior in science classrooms. So what do you think? Do you like to engage the activities in your science classrooms? Something like that. And the second one is imagination. So the image we have of ourselves and how science fits into the broader experience of life. For example, the image of a student has of herself is in relation to science in everyday life, the place of science in higher education, and the use of science in a future career, all influence imagination. So when the student think, okay, well, I don't really hate science. Although I am a girl, but my parents think that learning science can help me to entrance a good university or to get a better job in the future or get a better salaries in the future. So maybe, although my grade in science is not really high, but maybe I still can choose science to be my major in study. So that's imagination. Imagination is just what they think about science and science learning. But alignment is the students respond. That's the difference between imagination. Students respond to the imagination phase of the identity. So if the student think, okay, learning science can help me to entrance a better university or to get a better job or the salaries in the future, then yes, I will do my best to learn science. That's alignment. Okay, so that's all about the parents or the teachers' inspection and their sense of self-efficacy in science also seem particularly important if it affects their persistence in the face of obstacles as they pursue their goals. Okay, and the fourth one is nature. The nature phase of identity looks at who we are from the nature gave us at birth, those things over which we have no control. For example, some people believe that, oh, the kids learn science very quickly, then the kids may have science gene or may have math gene, something like that. Or somebody will think, okay, boys learn science better than girls, so maybe boys have the science gene. But I don't believe that. I have to say that I don't believe that. But most of people in the public, they use this to explain why the student learn science better than others. So that's the characteristics comprise only one part of the way we see ourselves and others see us, but that's not true. I still want to mention about that. So this phase, nature, is just one phase of our questionnaire. That's not our belief. And in our study research results, we found that's very interesting. The students' gender and their ethnic identity have the influences to their science identity. So maybe when we think about the hybrid identity, that's real existed in the student's mind. So the final is the implications. I just mentioned about the 3 questions when I graduated from my master's degree. Do we overemphasize scientist smartness or perseverance, or do we overemphasize the laboratory risks? If we really overemphasize these features of science or scientists, then maybe we are just trying to push out other students or push out some students to let them have the bad image of scientists, or to let them to have the larger distance between science and themselves. So no matter your parents, teachers, or science educations, for me, maybe we have to create a more friendly environment to help students feel better, to construct better science identity to themselves. So at the end, I'd like to ask, how far is it between science and you? I hope this distance is quite narrow. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Chia-Ling Chiang for the great presentation about science identity. Participants who are willing to ask questions and also can write the question in chat box. And then, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers and participants, next agenda is question and answer session. We only have 30 minutes for this agenda. We still have our 3 keynote speakers here. And in this first plenary session, in this Q&A session, I will divide into 2 parts. The first part, I will invite 2 participants who want to ask questions to our keynote speaker. I encourage to all participants who wants to ask a question to raise hand.
Ini hasil penelusuran yang
Okay. Is there any participant who wants to ask the question live? Or maybe Pak Nadi wants to ask the question live.
Okay, thank you, Bu Berta as a moderator. Actually, I already give my question in a chat box, but if you want me to directly ask to the keynote speaker, so yeah, I will try. Okay, the first question to Professor Ruhrik. In Professor Ruhrik research, she used exploratory factor analysis and resulted 3 or 4 or 5 dimension. But finally, Professor Ruhrik proposed 5 dimension in STEM OP. So I would like to know the explanation why finally Professor Ruhrik chose 5 dimension in her proposal. And the second one for Professor Ruhrik, why the loading factor of item 1 was negative, especially in 4-dimension format. And then my question to Professor Chiang. Nice to meet you, Professor Chiang Jialing. So in 2017, the last meeting with you in National Bangla. Okay. The first question is how to increase student imagination, especially in stimulating their science identity. And the second one, as a pre-service physics teacher, one of my students said that she dislikes science and she dislikes physics, but now she is studying physics because there is no science gene in her mind. What is your opinion? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nadi. We have 4 questions for Professor Ruhrik and Professor Chiang. Professor Ruhrik, are you still with us in this screen? Oh.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, wonderful. I am wandering around my house in the dark trying to get my dog down the stairs, so I apologize for the strange picture right now. But the question was about why I preferred the 5-factor model over the 3 and the 4-factor model. And it really connects to the second part of the question that person asked, which was around about the ideas around item 1. And really the decision around the preference for the 5-factor model has a lot to do with item 1. We really truly believe that integrated STEM, or honestly any science education instruction, needs to attend to students' lived experiences and interests, which really connects back to our third speaker's ideas around entity, right? If we don't pick real world problems that speak to students' interests and identity, we're not going to get them to be interested in STEM. And so that negative loading of item 1 was really problematic for us in the 4-factor model. So that's really a large part of the preference for that model. Another person had asked in the chat at one point about the videos that we have. And I just want to note that here, these were lessons that the teachers developed their own integrated STEM curriculum. So it was their work and their ideas around integrated STEM. But item 1, we did not score above 0 very often. So we know that in our observations that the teachers were not doing this very often. And so we really want to keep that idea in mind, as hopefully we can get into more classrooms and start to really work with teachers on connecting STEM to students' interests and identity. So that's why we like, sorry, long answer, but that's why we like the 5-factor model there.
Okay, is that clear, Pak Nadi, for the answer? Okay. For the next question to Professor Chiang.
Yes. Thank you for your question. First one is how to increase students' imagination, okay? And the second one is your students who is the pre-service teachers, but she dislike physics, and how could we do? I think maybe these two questions can answer in the same way, because that's all about the personal interest or their self identity. That because when the kids or the pre-service teachers, they don't think they have the ability to learn science or learn physics, they don't have the self-efficacy, then it's impossible for them to love science. So first of all, we have to have a discussion with them, because why I love the term identity, because it's all connecting to individual and the society. When we try to influence the individuals, then we can have the interview with them, try to discuss with them. Have you ever had the experience about science which makes you smile, or which makes you feel good? So the kids or the pre-service teachers may give you some examples of his or her experience. That's the happy time for them to join the science. It may remind them about the experience of the happy time. Then you can ask them, why do you think that makes you happy? Maybe they'll answer you, learning science is just to give the definition, to give the math formation. I don't like to calculate all the numbers, but I love to have the hands-on activities, so that you can encourage the pre-service teachers to design or to create some hands-on activities for her students. During this process, the pre-service teachers can pick up her love of science again, maybe just because there are lots of tests during science learning. So our interest in science is all erased during this terrible examination process. So maybe that's for your students, and for increasing students' imagination. It can use the discussion as well, because imagination is established from others, not only the teachers, but also the parents, also the public communications. Maybe all these social values are getting to the students' mind during discussion. So you have to discuss with your students, what do you think about science? Have you ever loved science, or have you ever hate science? Why do you hate science? If the phases of the science you hate, maybe you can change its way of learning. Okay, so maybe I think the interaction during the discussion is very important, especially when we are the parents and the teachers. For the students, we are all the significant others. For them, their identity change only happened during the significant others and them. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chiang. Does that answer your question, Pak Nadi? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Because we ran out of time, so we proceed to the second part. I will read the question that already written in the chat box. My colleague will present the question. Several of these questions are already answered directly in the chat box by our keynote speaker, but maybe our keynote speaker are willing to explain in more detail.
Okay. All right, this one looks like it's for me.
Yeah, that is
my dog is behaving himself now, hopefully. So sorry about all of that. So the 2000 videos that we have that we did all of the exploratory factor analysis from were from a previous project where we ran a really large professional development for teachers, and it was 3 weeks in the summer, and they learned a lot about integrated STEM, and they worked in teams to develop an integrated STEM curriculum. And so these were curriculum developed by the teachers following our integrated STEM framework that I shared with you. So I wouldn't refer to it. It is natural teaching by the teacher in the sense that it's they weren't following a curriculum that we developed. So we had high hopes of seeing some high quality STEM at different points in that. And then in relation to the Indonesian situation where you still use separated subject curriculum, that's still the case mainly in the United States. Our elementary classrooms are multidisciplinary, right? But in the middle school, we were in a science classroom collecting video. In the high school, we would be in a physics classroom or a chemistry classroom. So it's very parallel in that regard to the Indonesian situation. There were a few teachers who had a STEM class or maybe an engineering class, but most would, in terms of the disciplinary subjects, were very, very similar to the Indonesian situation.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rufik. Is that answer the question, Bu Rosalina? Are you with me now? Okay, thank you, Prof. Rufik. Next question. Okay, from Leni Novita to Prof. Erman. I'm very interested in your research. How about the SDGs? Which goal that you have achieved in your research? Prof. Erman?
Thank you. Thank you, Leni Novita, your interest to this context of research. As we all know, Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia is still challenging, most challenges for students, because as we know, Indonesia is still focused on how to understanding more contents. That is difficult too. So to achieve the goals is still challenging here. And our research is still how to preparing students to achieve the goal, by scaffolding, by understanding, by identifying, by addressing factors that contributed to the student difficulties in order to address, to explain the socio-scientific issues scientifically, because this is need prior knowledge, need something related prior knowledge that should be used to address, to relating to the implicitly science aspect in comprising in socio-scientific issues. So it is the preparation research to preparing students to achieve the goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Erman. Next question. Okay, still for Prof. Erman.
Okay.
From Pak Rusli Hidayah.
Thank you, Mr. Rusli Hidayah. This is very interesting about the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. this is relating tightly to the science issues, socio-scientific issues, but sometimes, and more frequently maybe, the story or the news about COVID-19 is presented macroscopically. So sometimes this consists of an abstract knowledge about the virus and the process how to pandemic to the living things. So we should prepare, we should consider the level of students. For example, in the kindergarten is we can apply this is a based learning, but we should in accordance the topic to their level of competencies. So maybe about the story is convenient for kindergarten students how they know, how they explain as they can for kindergarten students. It is okay. It is applicable for all level of students. Thank you, Musli Hidayah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Erman. Maybe one last question. Okay, from Darmadi to Prof. Chia Ling Siang.
Okay. Thank you for Madi. For this question, I think how to help students to have the critical thinking and their creativity. That's all about the encouraging, because we are the teachers, we're students' significant others. So our feedback to the students is really important. So when the student's answer is not the correct answer in our mind, you cannot just say, oh, you're wrong. Then it may give them the negative feedback. If you just ask them, why do you think so? Can you explain about that? And use the questions to ask the students to think more detail. Then the students will find that his or her answer is wrong. But if you try to encourage the students to have the creativity or the critical thinking, then your questions may just try to challenge the right answer. I mean, right is in the textbook. Maybe when the students say the correct answers, you can just give the feedback as, why do you think so? Is there any examples different from that? For example, so when I in a elementary school classroom, then the students were given 4 different kind of powders. They are asked to separate the 4 kind of powders. When the students, who is very smart and answer the correct answers, I saw the teacher just ask him, why do you think so? Maybe the 3rd powder, you haven't really observed it very carefully. You can really observe it again. Then that's true, because the other students find that the 3rd kind of powder have also the bubbles in the solution. So the students answer the correct answers was challenged. So this is what we, the teachers, can do. You can just challenge students' minds. That can help them to critique their thinking and to be more creativity. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chiang. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of questions in the chat box, but so sorry, we run out of time in this session. So I'm so sorry for the participant whose question cannot be presented in this session. Okay, we have 3 keynote speakers with Professor Kilian Ruhli, Improving Integrated STEM Education, Professor Erman with Addressing Socio-Scientific Issues, and Professor Chiang with Science Identity. Thank you very much for this plenary session. Thank you for our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first plenary session. Pak Suef or Budita, as the master of the ceremony, return to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Thank you, Dr. Beta. Okay, thank you very much for the participants, Excellency, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Please again join me to give appreciation to our moderator for having led the discussion during the plenary session smoothly. And of course, I would like to thank you very much for the speakers for sharing the insights on recent issues on science and STEM educations, and of course, other relevant issues during the discussions. Again, we'd like to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you again, Professor Gillian Rohik, PhD. I'd like to thank you, Professor Edman, and also Professor Chialing Chiang, PhD, for sharing the insights. So we do hope we learn many things from your presentations and also inspirations to further research in the future. So I am sure that we found some critical questions from the participants, both written in the chat box and also addressed directly by the questioners. Professors, once more, I would like to thank you and would like to present our appreciations. Please, operator, for the token of appreciations given to the speakers this morning. Yes, operator, for the appreciation. Okay, again, thank you very much. I'd like to be addressed to Professor Gillian Orhig, and also thank you for the next speaker. I'd like to have Professor Erman, and also we have the third speaker, Professor Chialing Chiang, PhD, having shared wonderful insights and inquiry during the discussion this morning. Thank you again, Professor Erman, for sharing insight this morning. Terima kasih, Pak Erman, telah memberikan pencerahan bagi kami pada pagi hari ini. Thank you very much again. Lastly, Professor Chialing Chiang, PhD, third speaker of today's conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for having shared insights this morning. Okay, thank you, operators, Excellency, delegates, participants, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. So we came up to the end of the first plenary sessions this morning. So we'll be proceeding to the parallel session based on the respective rooms to which you are invited. So during the parallel sessions, we are going to start the sessions at 10:55. So we have for about 20 minutes to transform from the main rooms to the breakout rooms that have already set by the committee. So please look at the notifications that the invitations link and notification has been addressed by the committee for you to join the breakout rooms where you are belong. Okay, so as you are, if you enter the room later, please make sure that you have set and rename your account based on the guidelines. So later in each room, there will be committee will help you and lead the sessions in the parallel sessions. So we also have the second plenary sessions after the break. We are going to start again at 1:15 p.m. So please join the plenary session. I mean the second plenary sessions earlier before the start. So we are going to start at 1 p.m. 1:15, sorry. So thank you very much for your participations, and thank you again for the speakers. Would like to ask you to see the invitation to join the breakout rooms, I think it's already set by the committee. Thank you very much. The parallel session will start at 10:55 and led by each respective committee in the room. Thank you very much. So again, please, participants, we are going to start the parallel sessions at 10:55. Please join the session earlier before the session starts. Please notify yourself that the invitation to join the breakout rooms already set by the committee, and you might look at the rooms that you are assigned according to the distributions by the committee. It has been set and announced previously. For those who have not set their names according to the rooms, so please again look at your rooms and look at the invitations. There will be 10 rooms, of course, and you will. Okay, somebody close the rooms. Committee. I think that somebody's just closed all the rooms here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't click the close all rooms buttons in order to avoid any distractions, yeah, during the transform from main rooms to breakout rooms. On the screen, we can see room 5, we have some presenters. And also room 6, we have Robbie, we have Rivaldi, we have some other presenters, and also we have room 7. Thank you very much, the committee, for sharing the detailed information about the distribution of the speakers for each rooms. So we have still for about 75 participants who have not joined or proceeded to the selected or to the assigned rooms. Please, Bapak Ibu, for those who have not proceeded to the breakout rooms, please see the notifications and the invitation to join the breakout rooms. Thank you. We still have for about 50 unassigned participants. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you to join the breakout rooms. Please look at the notifications in the bottom. the committee has distributed the invitations for you to join the breakout rooms. We encourage you to proceed to the breakout room so we can start the parallel session as soon as possible. So without any delay, we'd like to ensure that the parallel session will be ended on time. So we will return to the main room for the second plenary session at 1:15 p.m. Thank you. So we invite Ibu Jumilah, Ibu Jauharia, Bapak Dika, Ibu Rosalina, Ibu Ayunin, and Ibu Fitri to proceed to the breakout rooms. Thank you. No. Penting bisa istirahat lama dulu.
Ya, Bapak Ibu yang masih belum bergabung di ruang breakout room bisa memilih join breakout room sesuai dengan yang diinginkan. Untuk artikel-artikel yang akan ditampilkan bisa dilihat di Miseic presentation guideline di chat box.
Come away with me in the night. Come away with me and I will write you a song. Come away with me on a bus. Come away where they can't tempt us with their lies. And I want to walk with you on a cloudy day in fields where the yellow grass grows knee high. So won't you try to come away with me and we'll kiss on a mountain top. Come away with me and I'll never stop loving you.
quando we can share a love divine. Please don't make me wait again. When will you say yes to me?
When will you say yes to me?
Tell me quando
Tell me quando
you mean happiness to me.
you mean happiness to me.
Oh my love, please tell me when. Every moment's a day.
Every moment's a day.
Every day seems a lifetime.
Every day seems like a lifetime.
Let me show you the way.
Let me show you the way
To a joy beyond compare.
I can't wait a moment.
Quando
Just say,
and darling, tell me when. Every moment's a day.
Every moment's a day.
Every day seems a lifetime. Let me show you the way.
Let me show you the way
To a joy beyond compare. Ooh, yeah. I can't wait a moment more.
I can't wait a moment more.
Tell me quando say it's me that you are. And then darling, tell me when. Oh my darling, tell me when. And then darling, tell me when. Oh my darling, tell me when. Ooh, yeah.
Bengawan Solo. Riwayatmu ini sedari dulu jadi perhatian insani. Musim kemarau
Recording stopped. Recording stopped. Recording stopped. Recording stopped. Recording stopped.
hanya menunggu hentikan datang, bukan pula menyerah pada prahara. Inilah saatnya tak lagi berpangku tangan. Unesa berkarya untuk Jangan ragu lagi, asa ilmu iman takwa. Demi satu kata, bendera satu Indonesia. Yakin kita, yakin kita. Bukan hanya menunggu mimpikan datang, bukan pula menyerah pada prahara. Inilah saatnya tak lagi berpangku tangan. Unesa berkarya negeri Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa meramah cinta. Sisihkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat yang ada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, Unesa satu langkah di depan. Satu kata, hidup ini perjuangan. Tapi Tuhan selalu ada untuk kita. Jangan ragu lagi, asa ilmu iman takwa. Demi satu kata, bendera satu Indonesia. Yakin kita, yakin kita. Bukan hanya menunggu mimpikan datang, bukan pula menyerah pada
Dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Program Pasca Sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda, Gor Basket Internasional, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, Seni, pengembangan karakter dan kepribadian, olahraga, aktivitas outdoor,
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA,
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Menjadi kota yang identik dengan sejarah perjuangan, Surabaya terus berkembang menjadi tumpuan industri kreatif, sekaligus
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much and welcome back to the 5th International Conference on Mathematics, Informatics, Science and Education, and we call them as Miseic 2021. So this international conference is hosted by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences under the coordination of Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publication, State University of Surabaya. So we thank you very much again for your cooperations and participation during the opening ceremony this morning, and also the first plenary sessions with our 3 great speakers. And also we'd like to extend our appreciation for your active participation during the parallel sessions this morning. We had a great time during the first session, and I hope that you will have the same passion and spirits for the sessions this afternoon. So professors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for this afternoon, we have 2 sessions. So first, we have the second plenary sessions, of course, with 2 great speakers. And also for the plenary session 2, we also have it after the plenary session, we have parallel sessions where you will be distributed to the respective rooms later, and you will be invited by the committee. So professors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for the plenary sessions, we would like to say hello and good morning. I think that it is very early morning to our colleagues from UK and Germany as our speakers for the second plenary sessions. Would like to say good morning to Dr. John Pitchford. Good morning, Doctor. So Dr. John Pitchford is a professor from Department of Mathematics and Department of Biology, University of York, United Kingdom. Thank you, Professor, for joining us this morning. And I know that in York, it's now really early morning. It's around 7 in the morning. Yes, thank you. I can see you there. And I hope that the weather is shiny there. In Surabaya is so bright. The sky is blue. I know York is not like in Surabaya. And also I would like to say welcome and thank you for our second speaker for the plenary sessions. We have Dr. Ingo Eilts. He is a professor from the Institute for Didactics of Natural Sciences, Department of Chemistry Didactics, University of Bremen, Germany. So good morning, guten Morgen, Professor Eilts, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. Again, for these plenary sessions, our colleague still, Madam Dr. Berta Yonata will be serving as the moderator. Dr. Berta, are you with us this afternoon?
Hello, Pak Sueb.
Hello, Dr. Berta, how are you doing? Still same passion as
Yes.
you had in the morning?
We have to be always in a great condition.
I'm really happy to see you. And also that we had a short sneak peek this morning to the parallel sessions, and the participants really doing so great. So we had John Pitchford here. Thank you very much for joining us. So Dr. Berta, for the plenary session, would like to give the screen to you for the sessions, please.
Thank you, Pak Sueb, for the opportunity given. I want to say hello to my honorable keynote speaker in this second plenary session and all the participants. And ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the second plenary session. In this second plenary session, our 2 keynote speakers will deliver the presentation, and after that, we will have question and answer session. Participants who are willing to ask questions can write it in the chat box, And several of those questions will be presented in Q&A session. And then the participant can also deliver the question directly in Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we have two keynote speakers, Dr. John Pitchford, Department of Mathematics and Department of Biology, University of York, United Kingdom. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
And the second keynote speaker, we have Professor Dr. Ingo Ilz from University of Bremen, Germany. Before presenting the material, let me introduce our keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker in this second presentation is Dr. John Pitchford. Dr. John Pitchford is a reader in Mathematical Ecology, Department of Biology and Mathematics, University of York, United Kingdom. He achieved his PhD at University of Leeds in 1997 in the areas of expertise, mathematical biology, and unpredictability. He already published a lot of articles, and his latest publication entitled Systematic Functional Analysis of Leishmania Protein Kinases identifies regulator of differentiation or survival. We have 30 minutes for this presentation. For Dr. John Pitchford, screen and time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bertha. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Yes, very clear.
Yeah,
Doctor,
very
please.
clear.
Oh. So,
Okay.
Can you see a screen
Yes.
with me with a
Very
beautiful
clear.
picture of Yorkshire on
Yep,
it?
yeah, beautiful picture of York.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. It's always very difficult to give interactive research seminars when I'm sat in a bedroom trying to be a little bit quiet because my children are asleep beneath me, and you are all in the middle of a day in beautiful Indonesia, but I'll do my best. You set the bar very high when you said you've had a morning of talks where there's been active communication and where there's been passion. So I'll try to give a talk where you can interrupt me if you wish. You can ask questions. If something doesn't make sense, then please do get involved. Okay, so I'm going to talk on this topic for only 30 minutes, I guess. And the topic is about random matrix models and whether they are useful in biological systems. And there's a picture here of one of the more beautiful biological systems. This is about 20 miles north of York, looking across the farmland into the Vale of York, looking south towards the city of York itself. So yes, Yorkshire is a wonderful place. I do recommend it. So when Rudy, and thank you, Rudy, for making this invitation. When I was invited by Rudy, I looked at what the conference was about, and I saw your website says that this is multidisciplinary conference, and that suits me. I work in mathematics and in biology, and it's about promoting interactions between different sets of people, really, because science is done by people. We have to recognize that. And you list maths, informatics, science, and education, and that's fine. I'll try to pull those things together. But the most important thing at the end was that this is about sustainable development, which did confuse me a little bit. But this is, I think, using all this interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary work, including mathematics, to try to do some good in the world. That's how I chose to interpret it. And that's where I'll try and stick to on my talk. There's going to be a little bit of maths, but not too much. The framework that it would be good to keep in mind is this framework here of a generalized Lotka-Volterra model, which is a very simple thing, very common in mathematical biology. It's a system of several ordinary differential equations. Each one describes the change in time of a population xi. So I've got x1, x2, x3, and they're all interacting in some crazy ecological set of interactions. And these simple equations give me the dynamics. I'll just talk you through what these things mean. So you can split this into two terms. As a dxi by dt is xi times ri. That is just exponential growth or exponential decay of some kind of population. You can imagine maybe if it's a plant species, it grows exponentially in the absence of other plants. Or if it's an animal species, it's got nothing to eat. If it's a predator, then maybe the R is negative and it goes extinct. But those dynamics are changed by the set of interactions Qij, Xj. So I've got a big matrix of interactions, this matrix Q, which I'll be calling A later on, I apologize, which tells me how species I interacts with species J. Does that sound about right? Reasonable start? Somebody nod or give me a thumbs up. Oh, I should have said the diagonals of this matrix, Qii, they will be how a species interacts with itself. And that's a thing called density dependence. It's normally a negative number, and it stops the species going off to become infinitely large. Okay, right. So we talked about active participation, and I apologize, Rudy may have seen this slide before, but I'm going to demand audience participation to see if you're awake. This is a figure which was about to be published in Nature many years ago, and it's completely wrong. Can anybody tell me what has gone wrong here? I'll give you 10 seconds to look at it. I wonder if anybody would be brave enough to say what they think has happened. I don't know if any of the organizers can see things that I can't, but okay, so I'll answer for you. So this is a beautiful picture. Look, it's got wonderful colors. It's got some dots and squares and diamonds, triangles. It's what biologists always put in their high-profile publications. It's a range of data. Somebody's fitted a straight line through those data points, and they've got a thing called a p-value. And we don't know what the axes mean. You don't know what this vertical contribution to change in persistence is. You don't know what these properties are. But the thing to take home here is that these clever physicists and biologists and mathematicians have fitted a straight line to data, and they have convinced themselves that the probability that that line has got a non-zero slope is less than 1 in 100,000. And I think that's rubbish. And this one, less than 1 in 10,000. These p-values are very, very small through data which basically are completely flat or just a mess. So something has gone wrong here, and it's something which I think fits exactly the theme of this conference. The reason that these data came about was that each colored triangle was generated by multiple instances of some very complicated mathematical model run through supercomputers using various metrics of network theory and then a statistical test on those outputs. And they'd done so many layers of different disciplines of science that in the end, they hadn't asked themselves whether they actually believed these numbers or not. And I don't believe these numbers. I think this 10 to the minus 5 p-value is idiotic. So what's gone wrong here? Well, it's because people haven't been doing what this conference is all about, which is talking to each other and asking themselves the simple fundamental questions and not getting blinded by the complex science. So what I'm going to talk about today, and again, in half an hour, is firstly, some old stuff. Section 1 will be the background about this thing which has been interesting me for a few years now, about random matrix theory and how that relates to ecological and biological complexity and stability. Section 2, I'll cut through very quickly indeed, because its time is limited, but it'll be telling a story of great sadness where I tried to challenge the theories from random matrix theory with real data. And the simple story is we failed. I'll then talk about some current work where we're trying to reconcile the beautiful theory with the real world problems that we're trying to solve. Again, this is trying to use our mathematics to do something which helps society. I'll talk about some very mathematical approaches that Philip Liu is doing. I'll be very quick about that and then spend a bit more time on more applied work with Mike Bottery, which is trying to use these ideas to stop diseases, in particular cystic fibrosis. And at the end, I will definitely give a positive, and it's surprising for me, use of these random ecosystem models. Okay, can you all hear me and see? Is it making sense? Is anybody there can? Sorry, I'm not getting the chat here. Is it working, Bertha?
Yes, it's working.
Yeah, brilliant, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about stability, complexity, and random matrix theory. This is stuff from 1973, or 1971 it was first proposed by a very influential mathematician who died last year, Robert May. And he was looking at things called food webs. And food webs are wonderful things. You can tell them, you can explain them to a set of 5-year-olds in a classroom, and they will happily go away and draw you a food web of who eats whom in a particular ecosystem. It's a very natural way for us to think about it. And if you think as a mathematician, this is a network of interactions between different species at different times. Okay, so they're very naturally occurring objects. The problem is, as a scientist, if I want to quantify this, if I've got n species, then I'm going to have n squared interactions between each of those species. And if I want to measure each of those interactions, it's going to get very, very expensive very quickly, and possibly impossible. It might be impossible to do this. Certainly, it would be too expensive in general to work out these interactions. And so what Robert May had, and this is inspired by him as a physicist, he had the brilliant idea of saying, let's pretend that
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Your screen is not showing our.
Oh, sorry.
For the share screen, maybe. Yeah, we do not see any share screen here.
Oh, okay. Have you been seeing?
Okay. Okay.
Have you missed everything?
Yeah. Okay, it's already.
Perfect. I will. Can I skip back just very briefly?
No, after that, after the. Okay, next. Okay, this one.
This is the first one that you missed.
Yeah.
I apologize. Sorry, it's very difficult. Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have this food web. N species, n squared interactions. It's too expensive to measure every interaction. And so the beautiful idea of Bob May was to say that this is described by a set of random interactions. We know that they aren't really random. Let's just ask if those interactions, that matrix A, which was Q in my first slide, let's just pretend that it is a random matrix. So each of my entries, A11, A22, A2, A13, and so on, is chosen from some random distribution. And we will pretend that represents the Jacobian of our dynamical system, which is governing the dynamics of my complex ecosystem. For example, the Jacobian of that generalized Lotka-Volterra model later on. Sorry, that we saw at the start. If you're not familiar with the idea of a Jacobian, it is just capturing the local linear dynamics of my system close to a fixed point. And if all of its eigenvalues are negative at the fixed point, then I have a stable equilibrium point. And this is what May was talking about in the 1970s. The idea is, if my A matrix is completely random, then there are some beautiful theories from the 1950s which tell you that the eigenvalues of that matrix are evenly spread in a circle centered on the position of the diagonal elements and with a radius which depends on how large. Oh, is the screen gone again?
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. Is it back now?
Yes, it's already back now.
Okay, I'm sorry. If it happens again, then tell me.
Okay.
So I've got a ball of eigenvalues, and if every one of my eigenvalues has got negative real part, then my ecosystem will be stable. And what May showed, and you can look back in the 1970s papers to see this, and there's some very good accounts on Wikipedia, for example. that if you define a complexity as something to do with sigma, which is the standard deviation of my elements, and S and C, which is the size and the connectance of my matrix, interaction matrix, then you can define a complexity as sigma square root of SC. And if my diagonal elements on my matrix are negative and large enough to shift, in fact, if they are less than that critical complexity, then I will shift my eigenvalue spectrum and I will have a stable ecosystem. So that was a beautiful and important set of theory from the 1970s. And it said that large ecosystems are unlikely to exist in reality. That's completely rubbish because, look, this is Yorkshire, which is not a very biodiverse place, but I can count hundreds of species in that ecosystem. And if you step out into Indonesia, you will see thousands of species coexisting quite happily. So this theory is beautiful and important, and we can get our head around it as mathematicians, but it's not telling us anything about the real world. It's wrong. The theory fails. And what people have tried to do for many years is to ask themselves, what is wrong with this random matrix theory? Why is it not working? And here is one of the best solutions to the problem, which is published in 2012, I think, which is by Alesina and Tang. And they had the beautiful idea of saying, okay, I know that a predator-prey interaction is not random. I know that that interaction is good for the predator because it gets fat, and it's bad for the prey because it gets killed. In other words, if I've got a predator-prey relationship, then I've got a negative correlation between Aij and Aji. Yep. So predator-prey will put negative correlations in there. On the other hand, if we are mutualistic species, if I help you and you help me, that will be a plus-plus. Or if we're both fighting, if we're both in competition, that will be a minus-minus. So they had the beautiful idea of saying, what if we have a random matrix, but we introduce correlations between the Aij and Aji, and the correlation parameter was rho in this study. And as they say here, negative rho is a predator-prey interaction, and positive rho is either mutualism plus or competition minus. What happens to that ball of eigenvalues that I had before? And they showed that this is my pure random system. If I have predator-prey interactions, then that ball of eigenvalues gets squashed much closer to the virtual axis, and it becomes an elongated rugby ball, if you like, this shape. And imagine that shape. It's much easier to shift that shape into a negative real part axis and have a stable ecosystem. All my eigenvalues are negative. In contrast, if I have a mixture of competition and mutualism, then my eigenvalue ball, my circle, gets stretched along the real axis. And you imagine it takes an awful lot of negative interactions to stretch this so that all of the eigenvalues have negative real part. So in other words, after all that complicated explanation, the take-home message was that predator-prey interactions are stabilizing and that mutualistic interactions and competition interactions are destabilizing. So if I want to have a good, happy, stable, interactive ecology, I should have lots of predator-prey interactions. That was the message. I read this paper, thought it was brilliant, so good that I wanted to investigate it for myself and find out whether it was true. And it turns out that if you find the right people to work with, and these are some excellent collaborators that we had, and if you dig deeply enough into the data sets, then you can find publicly available a handful, this is like 20-something ecosystems, where these data have been measured. And we asked ourselves, do the real empirical, experimentally derived ecosystems that we've measured look anything like these random matrix models, where I've got a random set of interactions between species? And you can see we spent a long time looking at the data, asking what the data actually meant, and we used different methods to compile the data, and we used different methods to compile the matrices from those data. And the basic take-home message from that work in 2015 was, if the real ecosystems really did match random matrix theory, then every one of these crosses, triangles, blue squares, green dots, every one of them would lie on this dashed line. And you can see here that only one of them does. Almost all of my ecosystems are a long way away from being genuinely random matrix models. And in fact, if you look carefully, this is a logarithmic scale. So in other words, these things are 2 or 3 orders of magnitude away from being random. And it depends how you define randomness and all sorts, but basically there's nothing we could do that would make my real data sets look anything like random matrices. We then tried some interesting ideas of, if I take my real matrix, my empirical matrix, and just mix it up at random, permute it, does that look like a random matrix? And again, the answer was sometimes yes and sometimes no, depending on the rules of the permutations. And we discovered that the only way to get anything like our random matrix looking like, sorry, our real matrix looking like a random matrix was if we only randomized along either the rows or the columns of our data sets. I'm going to skip through this because it's long and involved, but basically what we found in that study of real data was that if we pretend that our matrix is random, then we will massively underestimate the stability of my real ecosystem. However, if we also pretend that all of our diagonal elements are equal, that will massively overestimate the stability of my ecosystem. In other words, I've got a model which is bad, and it's bad massively in one way for one reason, and bad massively in the other way for the other reason. And why can we ever trust such models? And there's a danger here in the context of this conference. This work from the 1970s up to the early 2000s, 2010s is beautiful mathematically and easy for people to understand and get their heads around. But what we're seeing here is that it's possibly dangerously misleading because it's so far away from the reality of a biological system. So I'm going to stop being negative now and try to look at some work that we're doing at the moment, which attempts to add some positive outcomes to this. So taking the ideas of random matrices, but using them for a real purpose. The first bit, which I'll just talk about very briefly because time is against us, is with Philip Liu, who is a PhD student who's just finished his first year with me at York and is working with George Constable. Now, there are some papers that have come out recently which say that linear stability of a fixed point in a generalized Locker-Volterra model is more or less the same as feasibility, whereas feasibility just means I have a steady state where everything is positive, everything is present. That lets you get to different algebraic ways into these generalized Locker-Volterra models to try to understand what's happening. In particular, you can add structure to your random matrix, for example, by respecting the fact that in the real world, there are lots of rare species and a small number of very abundant species. There'll be a power law of species abundance relationships. And if you force that into your matrix, you go from having this uniform ball of eigenvalues to having something which is much more centered towards the diagonals. And again, you can quantify this mathematically. And you can also use this and add little perturbations. So you can add a small amount of correlation between your xi and your xj, and you can run through algebraically this correlation story, and you can predict what the probability of stability is as the correlation between your matrix elements changes. And that's work that we're still doing at the moment, and so I won't dwell on it in any great detail, because I think more relevant to this conference is something which has concerned me for a long time, which I've been interested in for 25 years, which is not just about diversity, because that's fine, whatever. I don't care that there's 25,000 different species in the ocean. What I care is what that ocean does. So in particular, if we think of plankton in the ocean, There are tens of thousands of species of plankton, but what really matters in the Northern Hemisphere is that every spring, there's a massive bloom of plankton. So these algae, unicellular things like plants, will suddenly, they get warm, they get sunshine, it's good to be photosynthetic in the spring. They start reproducing very fast, and that pulls down an awful lot of carbon from the atmosphere, and it fuels the entire global ecosystem. So we have this big plankton bloom every spring. The interesting thing is, it's always in a different species. You can't predict which species it's going to be, and it'll be in different species at different times during the spring in the Northern Hemisphere. Perhaps more interesting in the central latitudes around the equator and so on, you don't have such seasonality, but you do have very damaging local outbreaks of algae. You've seen this in ponds, where sometimes the entire pond goes green, and that can cause a mat. It can absorb all the oxygen, it can kill fish, it can poison people. It can certainly close down fisheries, and we know that in India in particular, there's a big problem with fisheries poisoning, and if a fishery is closed, then people have no food to eat, and there's big migrations caused by this. So this is an example of a system which is diverse, but it's also dynamic, and every now and then there'll be a bloom in one species and not the others. What's causing that? I can skip over that. Okay, so I've talked about plankton blooms. These are data which I think look just like plankton bloom data, but slightly different, because these are data from a particular patient's lung taken at different times during the process of an infection. This is somebody who's suffering from cystic fibrosis. And I don't know if you probably won't know about cystic fibrosis unless you happen to have worked in this area. It's a horrible disease where normally our lungs have got very liquid mucus in them, and we cough, and that just starts to free up all the mucus. And that's a way of clearing your lung of all the infection and bad stuff that you breathe in over the day. If you have cystic fibrosis, then you have very thick mucus, and you find it very difficult to clear that mucus and to clear everything from the lung, and you're susceptible to very bad infections within the lung, and frankly, in the end, it will kill you. It's a very dangerous disease to have. And what we're seeing here, I think, is a bit like those plankton blooms. We can see an awful lot of diversity of species in this person's lung. Each color represents a different species of bacteria. And over time, the balance between those different species will change, but it remains diverse. But as the infection progresses, you see an increased dominance of two species, the green species and the yellow species. And this decrease in diversity as one species starts to dominate is what we know from talking to the clinicians is what kills people in the end. This green thing here, Pseudomonas, is very harmful to people, especially when it becomes dominant. So I want to, this is all about multidisciplinary work. I want to claim that a plankton bloom, lots and lots of species interacting, lots of diversity, but occasional outbreaks of a bloom, which might be good or might be bad, are similar to a cystic fibrosis lung, lots of coexistence of species, but over time, because of cystic fibrosis, I can't clear those species, and I end up with a dominant and sometimes a dominant bad strain of bacteria. So we've been asking ourselves, how can we model this diversity, but not in the way that those random matrices were talking about before, which is all about steady states, but which is more interesting and more valuable, I think, more useful, asking about models which can have diversity, but also can have these sudden outbreaks of a dominant strain or dominant species. And this is one of the first papers I read during my PhD in the mid-1990s. It was a simple model, which for anybody who's studied mathematical ecology, it's the same as the spruce budworm model from Holling in the 1960s. It says that I have a population of phytoplankton, I, changing with time. And you can see this is the same as a generalized lock of Volterra. This is exponential growth. But instead of just, and this also is from a lock of Volterra interaction, pi times pi, that's, oh, sorry, pi times pj, those are just lock of Volterra competition interactions. But I've also got this, which is a nonlinear function. It's a Holling type 3 interaction, it's called, which is to do with the death, a density-dependent death of phytoplankton, probably by a predator. But you can argue it in different ways. What we did was we generalized this, and you can write this down and set it to undergraduates as a difficult exam question for 2 species, and ask them what emerges. And in the 2-species system, in the phase plane, you can show very easily that yes, you have stable coexistence. This is the black dot here between P1 and P2. But you also have a stable bloom state where I've got lots of P2 and not very much, but not 0 P1. And symmetrically here, I've got the same thing, bloom of P1, but not extinction of P2. So if I generalize my model with this nonlinearity, I've suddenly got a world where I can have diversity, but also dominance. And it's exciting to ask how you transition between those. And if you then simulate it, go to a computer and simulate it for 10, 20 species, you see you have a world where you can have lots of blooms in different species at different times. Dictated really, in this simulation, I was changing some of the physical parameters randomly with time. And you can see different species bloom at different times and nothing goes extinct. So where we're going next is with cystic fibrosis. We are currently doing this work. We are getting different strains of bacteria from real lungs, from real cystic fibrosis patients, and we are growing them in isolation. And then we are growing them in competition with one another and seeing how they interact. And we hope to use those one-on-one competitions to parameterize things like lock of Volterra models. We then hope to use that to describe the interaction networks between my different species. Even worse, Mike Bottery and Villa Freeman, who are at Manchester and York respectively, are also performing evolution experiments here. And this is where you fight off, you have a resident species and you challenge it with a new species, you let them have a fight, and then you take the winner of that fight, which might have evolved during your experiment over 2 days, and you use that and you challenge it again with the same interacting species and let them fight and then challenge it again and again and again. These are evolutionary bottlenecks, and you try to replicate what's happening in the lung as these species evolve. So that's work which is going on. The way that we're going to model this, well, what do we need for a model? And this is, again, working with people in Manchester. We just need a species pool of bacterial strains. We can come up with those. We can parameterize those randomly as a random matrix model. We need a model for the colonization of strains, because as you go through your life, you breathe in bacteria, they come into your lungs. Your lungs also clear those bacteria from the lungs. And we know that in cystic fibrosis, because the mucus is sticky, it doesn't clear quite as fast. That will cause extinctions of species locally. And we also have evolution of species within the lung. So the hope is to put together all of these, and we've made some good starts on this actually. So we have our different strains of bacteria fighting with each other, fighting with themselves. We describe that using our generalized lock of Volterra model, and we try to look at the stability or otherwise of that system. The thing that we're adding is to not just rely on these lock of Volterra models, but to use slightly cleverer models, which allow us to have some kind of, it's called frequency dependence, some frequency dependent interaction between my species. But basically, this is the simple model that you can look at. And you can see it is, this thing here is my lock of Volterra model, more or less. And in addition, I've got this C times Xi, which is the clearance from the lung of that species I in time. So what we want to do is to, oh, sorry, I'll talk you through the local model first. So if we run a model like this, what we find is I've got species and they're arriving randomly in time and they're interacting, going extinct or doing whatever. And we find that through time, my diversity of my community in my lung builds and builds, and I have some dynamics going up and down until eventually the wrong species arrives and I have a sudden takeover, and this yellow species takes over all the community of the lung. And this is what we're thinking is an indication that the patient has this terrible acute infection and possibly dies. So that was a beautiful story I just told. It was all completely made up because of COVID. So this work would have happened much better and much more convincingly if we'd been able to make a bit more progress on the modeling. But it's things which are happening, but it's as yet unfinished. So I apologize, I can't talk about it in any more detail or with any more authority. For the last 2 minutes, do I have 2 minutes, Bertha?
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay, right. I'm going to finish with a positive story. So I showed a beautiful picture of Yorkshire. This is a horrible picture of the south of England. It's industrial and it's full of roads and it's not a nice place to be. We have too much congestion in England. The roads are, oh, sorry, is it gone again? So picture of a motorway, is that, can you see that?
Yeah, we see that.
Great, okay. So we used to have that anybody could go any speed they want up to 70 miles an hour on the motorway. And we've now started to introduce things called smart motorways, where in the normal scheme of things, the motorways would get jammed, there'd be traffic jams. And that was because people were changing lanes to try to overtake people, and lorries were slow and cars were fast, and you just get these instabilities building up and a stack of traffic and nothing flows. To try to solve that, we've introduced smart motorways, which is 60 miles an hour in all of the lanes. And the idea is, oh, can you see that?
Not yet.
I do apologize. Is it back?
Okay, yeah, it's back again.
I'm sorry about this. Thank you for your patience. So we've got the same, if we introduce 60, 60, 60, that's a speed that everybody can do. And that allows us to have a constant flow of traffic. And these instabilities that we had before don't happen. And the traffic flows gently all the way along. What we also do is we open up this fourth lane, the hard shoulder on the left, which is a resource which wasn't used before. It used to be saved just for breakdowns. You let people drive in it, but slowly at this 60 mile an hour speed. So two things we've done. You have equal flow across the lanes and you open up a new lane. And we know that that works in the UK for traffic management. What's this got to do with random matrices and ecology? Well, I'm going to try and convince you in a minute and a half. Oh, come on. Well, a marine community looks like lots of small plankton, a few medium-sized plankton, a very small number of medium-sized fish, and a very small number of big fish. It's a natural pyramid of numbers. Lots of small things and a small number of big things. The reason that comes about can be described by simple partial differential equations that says if I've got a predator, in order for that predator to grow, it has to eat something smaller than itself. And that means that the thing it's eaten has died and the predator has got a little bit bigger. A really simple concept. And that gives you, if you think of that in size against time, that gives you a very simple set of partial differential equations, which will give you this beautiful power law size and abundance spectrum. We call it a size spectrum. So if you solve an equation like this, using very, very simple methods, you will get a stable size spectrum. Now, what people have thought independently looking at data is that very often, if you can harvest equally according to the productivity of every size class in the ocean, then that is a very productive and sustainable way of harvesting, in contrast to what we do in the European Union at the moment, which is where we try to harvest just the biggest fish and the biggest species because that's what people want to eat. The idea is that what we're doing at the moment, harvesting just the biggest species and the biggest fish, kind of is unbalanced, and it causes one of these traffic jams, and it causes cascades of extinction, and it causes fisheries to be non-sustainable. We're proposing here that if we balance across all these ecosystems, balance across the size classes, then we have a stable system. So a beautiful mathematical idea. The challenge is to work with real people to make them do it, to work out what the public will eat and to work out what supermarkets can sell. And I've been working with all of these people. There's a supermarket there and various conservation bodies and the people who catch the fish themselves. How do you talk to people like that? And this is where we found these random models to be really useful, because if I talk about a particular ecosystem, then Waitrose will say, no, we can't sell that species. Or the Marine Conservation Society will say, no, you haven't talked about orange spiny lobsters. But if I just say, right, here is a general randomly parameterized ecosystem, and then we try to fish that in different ways, suddenly all of my audience can follow what I'm saying without me having to have these political pressures from other people or to have a particular lobby group being angry. So what we've done is we've come up with random ecosystems for fishing and fished them in this balanced way. And we've shown that every time we parameterize a random system, it always looks sustainable. So to summarize in the last 30 seconds, that was my plan. What have I done? Well, I've talked to you in section 1 about the background of these random matrix theories. And in section 2, I briefly said that it's terrible because these theories don't work. When you challenge them with data, it fails. Then in section 3, I tried to show 2 ways which we're trying to bridge that difference. And in particular, in 3 part 2, we're trying to understand how this could possibly help in the treatment of cystic fibrosis, this idea of dynamics and dominance. Sorry, it's gone again. And finally, I gave the slightly surprising to me set of outcomes where we've used random matrices just to make arguments which are acceptable politically rather than mathematically. So thank you very much for your patience. I apologize for the difficulty in these virtual presentations, but thank you for being patient. I'll answer some questions afterwards. Was that the idea?
Yeah.
But, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. John Pitchford. Maybe our college can conduct a research collaboration with you because several of our college have the same interest with what you did in your research. Okay, participants are also encouraged to ask questions by writing in the chat box or raising hand in the Q&A session. And again, thank you for Dr. Pitchford. We continue to the next keynote speaker. Let me introduce Professor Dr. Ingo Ilks.
Hello.
Guten Morgen, Professor Ingo Ilks.
Guten Morgen.
Okay. Ingo Ilks is a full professor in chemistry education at the University of Bremen, Germany since 2004. Having been a grammar school teacher for chemistry and mathematics, for her later engaged in the domain of chemistry education, research and development. Professor Ingo also has written so far about 600 articles, chapters, textbooks, and has co-edited different books and special issues in international journals. Professor Ingo recent achievements were in 2017 award for the incorporation of sustainability into chemical education by the American Chemical Society, And his latest publication entitled Palm Oil-Based Biodiesel in Indonesia, a case study on a socio-scientific issue. Professor Ingo Ilks, we have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation. Professor, time and screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Warm greetings from Northern Germany. I'm a bit sad that I missed most of your conference, but it's only 9 o'clock in the morning on the weekend here in Germany. And I was thinking about and also discussing with Benny about what to present, and I will give you some insights into thoughts that we have how to change education in these times. And I will try to share my screen with you. I hope this works. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, so start the presentation. So one thing that concerned me the last 20 years is the question of education for sustainable development, from high school education to the university. And I will talk a bit about a project that is still running, and I will talk about a lot about Michael. Michael is one of my external PhD students, and I hope he will submit his thesis next week. We are almost done with it, and it's about the question when to start changing science education or chemistry education towards sustainability by the inclusion of green chemistry. And regularly, green chemistry is a topic that is only done in the universities and the colleges, but not in the high schools or maybe even in the junior high school sector. And Michael is working on this project. We all know, and I hope you all know, that we have this agenda to do education for sustainable development. It was already written in the 1990s in the Agenda 21. It was renewed in 2015 by the Agenda 2030. There are large movements from the 1990s on, like the ACS Green Chemistry Movement or SASCHEM in Europe based on the OECD. And I had the pleasure to be invited to write together with some colleagues part of the Global Chemicals Outlook, which is an official document by the United Nations Environment Programme. And we had the pleasure to write the chapters 4.1 and 4.2. 4.1 is about the question what chemistry should be in the future. It should be green chemistry. And 4.2 is about how to inform people about how the chemistry for the future should look like. And it should be something that would be called green and sustainable chemistry education. So there is some movement. A lot of countries signed to do that. Unfortunately, not even my country really is doing it. And I know from an analysis that we did in recent years, many other countries are not yet doing that. And I had the great pleasure to work with two Indonesian PhD students, both finished early this year, Robbie and Zafatun, who were working on questions like that, how to include ideas of sustainability into chemistry education in Indonesia. I know that Robbie was on the conference earlier today. He wrote me an email that he's not yet there. And I also think Nida is following this conference. The United Nations say that just in 9 years or even less, we have to ensure that all learners, all our young students should acquire knowledge and skills that they make them able to promote sustainable development. So they have to get some education for sustainable development. They have to fulfill sustainable lifestyles. To achieve one of the 17 SDGs, they have to respect human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture and peace, non-violence, global citizenship, and so on and so on. And also ensure in the heart of sustainable development is to protect nature, to preserve our resources, and so on and so on. And what I'm talking about is the SDG number 4, quality education, and in 4.7, all these ideas are collected that we need a change in our education, going away from the content, maybe not only thinking about context for the content, but to reshape education towards sustainable development. However, as I said, in many countries, implementation of green and sustainable chemistry education is scarce. And I know that it's the same for physics education. It's much better in biology education, but really a theoretical concept, how to learn about a change in education is even not there in biology education. There are some suggestions since the 1990s how to incorporate something like education for sustainable development or green chemistry into the secondary schooling level, but it's not much done and it's very limited to single aspects only. And if I'm talking about Germany, it's just now that many of the German countries started to put it into the official syllabus, which means that it might be applied in 5 to 10 years. What we did not find yet is that although we are talking about green chemistry for almost 20 or 25 years now, there's no chemistry curriculum for the schools, for the high schools, that thoroughly integrate education for sustainable development, and especially not talking with students about the change that chemistry is undergoing these days towards green and sustainable chemistry. Already 10 years ago, one of my students, Mareike Burmeister, did an analysis together with a colleague from Austria and said, there are a lot of ways how to integrate sustainable development education into the chemistry curriculum. And we found 4 different models how to do that. The most simple one is to integrate the practices from green chemistry into school practical work, into the labs in schools, which we are still not yet doing. There's a way to contextualize chemistry learning with ideas from green and sustainable chemistry, or to make social scientific issues the driver for the chemistry classroom. And a lot of them are connected to sustainability or green and sustainable chemistry, or even to change the whole schools to make reforms that school life is changed towards sustainable development. And I will tell you a bit about one initiative in one school, which is a bit near Cologne in West Germany, where Michael Linkwitz is working, one of my external PhD students. And he tried to connect all these 4 models into one initiative that he's driving in his school. He tries to integrate, and he's a vice headmaster in school, so he has some influence. He tries to integrate green and sustainable chemistry into his school from the beginning, from the junior high school, which in Germany starts at grade 5. The children are about 10 years old, up to the university entrance exam. The students are regularly 18 or 19 at that time. He tries to integrate things like system thinking and perspectives from other fields, also connected with works done in my group, like with geographical perspectives, about topics like biopolymers, about phosphate recovery, green agriculture, and so on. So he's trying to greening his curriculum to teach chemistry together with his colleagues from the beginning, to give the students a different perspective on what science is doing and how science is done in these days. And one important part of that I will refer to a bit later is also to reflect with students how to measure whether something is green and sustainable or not, by including tools for green metrics into the chemistry curriculum. And I'm talking about the high schools, but we are doing the same at the university level, at least the part I'm responsible for, which is the teacher education for chemistry and science teachers here in Bremen, by making them reflective and skillful to do all these things. So I will give you a short insight into what Michael is doing in his school, how we can change our education about the content of chemistry, but greened by the ideas of sustainable development, and also the case of evaluation matrix. In the end, I give the voice to 3 of his students in one of his studies, what they consider about what these kind of things are doing with them. So what Michael is doing is developing a new high school upper secondary chemistry course. This course is for the first year of upper secondary education. Students are 15 to 16 years old. We call it the so-called E phase, the entrance phase to upper secondary education. What we have to do, sure, we have to fulfill the governmental syllabus, but we are changing the way how to introduce the content from the syllabus to the students. So we started with renewing the first year of upper secondary education, but now we are also working on the last years for upper secondary education. We started working on something like grade 7 or 8, where the students are about 13 to 14 years old. In the first year of upper secondary education in Germany regularly, and it's different from every German state to another, the focus is on organic reaction and synthesis. So in lower secondary education, they have a bit organic chemistry. So they basically know what alkanes and alkanes or alcohols are. But in this first year in upper secondary education, they focus on carboxylic acids, esters, carbohydrates, simple polymers, and so on. And we do all this in a network of about 10 teachers working on curriculum development with me since 1999. It's maybe one of the most longest running CPD professional development project that we have, because we are already starting our year 23 now working together. There's still some of the teachers with me from the beginning who are already retired now, but they are still in the group. So what we are doing is not to start the chemistry, the organic chemistry, with the organic chemistry. What is the green chemistry? So in the project Michael is doing, he starts the teaching about organic chemistry by introducing green chemistry, the 12 principles by Paul Anastas and John Warner from the US, about the historical backgrounds why to do green chemistry. We're talking about one of the principles just from the beginning, using renewable raw materials for doing chemistry, in the example of using sugars, carbohydrates, and lactic acid. And we do especially experiments on that based in green chemistry. We are talking from the beginning about the change of traditional synthetic chemistry towards biotechnology processes, how to do experiments with biotechnology, with enzymes and so on, to produce new things. So we produce lactic acid and identify that based on enzymes. We are talking from the beginning about the question that every chemist today has to reflect what he's doing by life cycle assessment, how to make synthesis more energy efficient, how to produce things with enzymes like lipase, which is one enzyme, and we have a special catalyst, immobilized enzyme, and compare that to traditional ester synthesis. We synthesize lactic acids and talk about how green chemistry is changing their practices, not doing everything in the 1 liter flask, but doing it in small scale, using sonochemistry, using microwaves. So we are doing experiments in the kitchen microwave with the students to produce new chemical compounds, to show them that chemistry today is no longer cooking 24 hours something in the 1 liter flask, but doing it in a milliliter status in the microwave oven, which every one of us has at home. And in the end, we show them and discuss them that we need a different way how to deal with consumer products in everyday life. When we are talking about the use of polylactic acid, a biopolymer, which is biodegradable in comparison to, for example, polyethylene terephthalate, where every one of us has these water and Coca-Cola bottles of. But we also reflect them how society is discussing about them. For example, in the case of greenwashing. Green chemistry is not greenwashing, but we have a lot of greenwashing aside, where people sell us products as green, which in fact are not green. In the end, we are even talking with them about the media, sorry, and analyzing advertising clips and making own advertising clips to show them how the public, how the people in society are talking about chemistry and green chemistry, to make them really aware that there are metrics, that there are criteria, whether something is sustainable or not, but that the media and that the companies are selling us products as green, which are in fact not, but others do with products which are green really. So just to give you an idea, today in German TV and in the media, you're not selling anymore a product. You're not selling more any advertising for a drink. You're selling an advertising for the bottle, and it says, this is 100% made of recycled plastics. This is much more than the product today, at least here in our world in Germany, because the sustainable thinking started really to permeate our life. And we will have elections here in 3 weeks, national elections. This is really a big issue for the moment. And we are thinking that education from the high school level, maybe even from the primary level, has to react on that and has to change the curriculum. To give you an idea how to make students aware, and we are doing this as well as the high school, as well as the university level, to make them aware that we need criteria, that we need skills really to reflect whether science is sustainable. And we are using some mathematics for that as well. I also was a mathematics teacher when I was younger. And there are a lot of metrics like that. For example, the green star, which is just an operation of the green chemistry principles. Here are selected, not all the 12 are here, but some of them, and they use spiderweb diagrams to compare different ways to doing something like that. Here's something about iron oxalate dihydride. This is very, very special. No one in high school would cope with that, but you can compare different ways of doing synthesis, of different ways to evaluate products. And we had a lot of works on that with things like a red, green, yellow light system and so on. But we always came back to these things. And one work, for example, was a lesson plan that we implemented on comparing different kind of pesticides. There was a big debate about the use of glyphosate in the US. It was very prominent in Germany as well, because Bayer bought the company from glyphosate in the US, and they paid a lot of money on the courts. But there are green alternatives like limonene from orange peels or from pomelo peels. And my student Robbie worked on that, and I know that he connected it with indigenous knowledge from the Badui community in Eastern Java to make some lesson plans. And we can use these evaluation metrics to think about what kind of criteria do we need to evaluate whether a certain practice is a green practice or not. And here's something, these are average values from a classroom in Germany where they compared the use of glyphosate with limonene. The blue is the glyphosate and the gray is the orange oil, which contains this limonene. And if you see, the limonene is much greener, but the glyphosate is much cheaper and works much more efficient. Nevertheless, the fulfillment of such a spiderweb diagram is some indicator how green a practice is. And you can see that the space fill of the gray thing, it's much better than of the glyphosate, because the glyphosate has a lot of risks, and also it's not very environmental friendly. It's not made from renewable sources and so on. And there's a risk of cancer or something like that. We also did this in the lesson plan on polylactic acid and polyethylene terephthalate, and you can see every product has advantages and disadvantages, and society has to decide whether we still have the thinking from the 20th century, everything has to be cheap, available, and functional, or which is a blue part, or whether we need thinking more that things are more, we have to do something that has less risks, that is good for the human and the environment, and that is something from renewable resources, which is a gray part. And with these upper secondary students, you even can connect that to real data. So you also did something with real data, like the global warming potential, ozone depletion potential, and so on. And then you can see that the space fill in this spider web is almost the same. That means that also some older technologies like PET, polyethylene terephthalate, is not so bad compared to polylactic acid, even not yet, because we cannot produce polylactic acid in such an amount. It's coming from the cows, it's coming from the milk, and also the intense agriculture has some negative effects. Just to give you an idea how my group here in Bremen starts to develop ideas to rethink how we educate young people. in the schools and in the universities about science, not only in science. As you heard before, I was a teacher of chemistry, and I try to be a teacher about chemistry. And this means not only to teach students about atoms, molecules, reactions, mechanisms, but about the question how we are doing chemistry within society and the environment in the foreground of the Sustainable Development Goals. What does it mean to us? How media is discussing about chemistry, how politics have to decide about chemistry, what has this to do with questions of culture and so on. And I've learned a lot in the last 4 or 5 years with my students from Indonesia about the culture of Indonesia. It was very interesting. In the moment, I'm writing a paper about Confucianism because I have a student from China here. And we had a talk yesterday. This was very impressive to me, how to connect maybe the idea of sustainable development with Confucianism. The inspiration, the unity of human and nature that is laid down in Confucianism, which is much away from Western modern science, but maybe should be respected by Western modern science much more. What does it have on effects on the students? I will give you just 2 or 3 minutes to read 3 quotes from our students. These were students that are 16 years old, 16 or 17 years old, in Germany, after they had this course with Michael Linkwitz at the grammar school near Cologne. We tested this over the last 5 years with a lot of students. We exported it to other students. We tried to export that, and we got a very positive feedback. And before talking about that, I will let you see what the students wrote. And I will not read it. You can read it. I give you some time. I think these quotes show a bit that we need a different kind of education to talk more about science than only to transfer science to the students. Maybe there was an idea to those of you who work in the educational field, science education. If you want to learn more about that, feel free to contact me. Before I finish, I have to acknowledge the German Environmental Trust, which is called DBU. They gave a lot of money for these projects. The project by Michael was supported by Bayer and Merck. They gave us some chemicals, some catalysts, and so on. And in this talk, there were a lot of contributions from my students, especially Michael, Mareike, but also some other co-workers from my group, and Vanya Gomez from Brazil, who worked with us on these projects for many, many years. And like John did before, thank you for your intention with a small impression of the city center from Bremen. This is Bremen's marketplace with the mayor house and the cathedral. This is all of these is about 600-700 years old. And something you might know is the Bremen Town Musicians. And if you have to solve any problem in science or science education, there's a simple solution. And this is this sculpture of the Bremen Town Musicians. Because in Bremen, the people think if you have a problem, you can go there. And then you take both hands and take the feet of the donkey, touch them, close your eyes, make your wish. And if you then touch the nose of the donkey, it will become true. I tried this with solving all the problems in science education. It did not work yet, but we will have some time to do it in the future. Thank you very much for inviting me. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to travel these days. But maybe by some time I'm in contact still with my former students from Indonesia, and I hope by one time to see your country, and maybe then we can talk personally about those things who interest us all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for Professor Ingo Iltz for the great presentation with the topic Reading the Chemistry Curriculum as a Contribution for Sustainable Development. Okay, our speakers and participants, the next agenda is question and answer session. We only have around 20 minutes for this agenda. So the participant can also write the question in the chat box and maybe directly ask the question to our keynote speaker. Okay. All of the participants. We have two questions here in the chat box. Okay, from Rudianto Artiono to Dr. John Pitchford. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I'll just have a chance to read it. We're all learning how to do this. Rudy, you could never ask a silly question. So Rudy is asking whether we can use random matrices to model something in nature and whether we can claim it is correct. And
recording stopped.
Also whether we can capture random
Recording in progress
through stochastic models. Rudy, it is definitely not correct. And so these models are definitely not perfect and not correct, and we'll be wrong if we try to come up with some mathematical object which can beautifully match some data points on a graph exactly. What interests me much more is that our mathematical models would be useful. And this is where the multidisciplinary work that we've been talking about throughout this conference, I think, matters. It doesn't matter if it's beautiful to a mathematician, it's that it is useful for the people the mathematician is working with. So I do think that our model can be correct in that it is useful to talk as a way to talk to clinicians and help them to understand, for example, their data and why they observe different clinical outcomes in Denmark, where they treat people with many more antibiotics than they do in the UK, where they treat with different and more sparse antibiotics. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but they're the clinicians we work with, and our models can help these people to understand it. And when you talk about through stochastic models, yes, you are correct. Everything that I showed there was deterministic models that were produced from randomized parameter sets. But you are right that the real world is also subject to these random phenomena through time. As Rudy will know, you can take these sorts of models, these ordinary differential equation models, and add noise to them in a very mathematically honest way. And I guess if I was really proposing a radical change in treatment or in fishing, then I would make sure that my results were robust to those sorts of random stochastic models. Does that answer your question?
Pak Rodi? Okay. He said yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for Dr. John. Is that possible if we use this model for virus.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I lost.
I don't understand so much with this model, but is that possible to use this metric model for virus? You know that
For virus?
Yeah, for virus.
Yes, it is. And it has been, so yes and no. So when we're talking about viruses, you can look at virus evolution and you can look at how viruses might interact, but more important is the interaction of viruses with their hosts. And so whereas before we had a list of species, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we had our interaction matrix, which was those interactions between species 1 and species 2 and so on. With viruses, you're much more interested in how a list of viruses might interact with a list of possible host species. And this has been done a lot. And you have things called bipartite networks, the interactions between one set of things and another set of things. And there is some beautiful theory on this. Some of the most recent work has come with phages. So these are viruses that infect bacteria. And because you can do it experimentally much more easily, and you can work out which virus infects which phage infects which bacterium and what the outcome is. And so the answer is definitely yes in that context, as long as you shift your paradigm and go to this bipartite network of interactions. I can't tell who asked the question, but if you want to email me separately, I know a little bit about the people who are publishing in this area if you're interested, and I can send you the links.
Thank you very much, Dr. John. Okay, we continue to the next question in the chat box.
Yeah, this is to me, I think.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe we'll move a bit away from green chemistry and talk about sustainable development. And this is something that should concern us all. And I think a diverse social cultural background is a good chance for talking to students about sustainable development, because almost every culture in the world has something in its own, whether it's Muslimic, whether it's Christian, whether it's Confucianistic, that we should respect nature, that we should respect other human beings or animals and so on. And I think it's a good chance to talk about in a diverse background about all these basic values that we all share. And then coming to the question how to do that. In chemistry, it is green chemistry or sustainable chemistry. In other fields, it's about similar things that other sciences, that even the social sciences are doing to come to a more sustainable world. I think that the problem is more if you are really teaching pure science or pure mathematics, you have to have a big problem with diversity, with different achievement levels, with different prior concepts. But if you are talking about our future, most people share a similar vision, except a few extremes. But I think diversity is a good chance to bring more things for sustainable development into our discussion, because we can be very different in our religious beliefs, but we share similar values, and this may bring us even better together. And then green chemistry is only the technical side, how to do it in chemistry. In physics, you may talk about renewable energies. In biology, you would talk about protecting nature and biodiversity and those things. And in geography, you are talking about resources and the equal distribution of resources in the world. But the values behind, I think they are very intercultural. They are independent from achievement levels. Even if you have people with disabilities, they will share these ideas with you. And I think diversity is a challenge for education, but it's a good chance to bring people together when they are talking about our common future.
Thank you, Professor Ingo. One more question. This is from Pak Benny.
Okay, Benny. I can provide an example, but there was an example in your conference earlier today, because Robbie Sidney and Benny knows that they presented a case. Sure, you can do that at the university level. You can contextualize that. We had an example, it was exactly about this limonene example that I presented, and Robbie worked it out in his teaching how the Badui community in Eastern Java is using that. Unfortunately, I never had been there. I only know the things that Robbie told me about these indigenous tribe, and I searched on the internet for some pictures and so on, I'm sure. There are examples. It's still a very neglected field, indigenous knowledge and science education, but it's coming. I just reviewed a paper a few weeks ago from the India-Nepal context about that. And I know that there are some examples in Brazil. There are practices among these indigenous communities that they practice for hundreds of years, which are functional, which is good, and very sustainable. Otherwise, these tribes wouldn't exist anymore. And they are away from our Western modern view on using synthetic pesticides. They are using plant-based pesticides, and modern chemistry could learn from them, both in the use of pesticides, but also in pharmacological aspects. What people are doing, Chinese traditional medicine is a good example for that. There are a lot of things that work quite well, although we did not understand yet why, but they do. And I think this field of indigenous knowledge or cultural heritage knowledge is a very important field for sustainable development. And there's a lot of research in that area. And this could be taken up in education in certain fields, like in health education, in chemistry education, other fields of science education. And there are some examples. They are good examples, but still too few. It's still too much dominated by the Western modern science view. And I'm just writing a paper in the moment with a colleague from Sweden about that we have to reduce these dominance of the only Western modern thinking in the sciences, because we get blind to alternative approaches, which are good. There are also alternative approaches which are not good, but this is something we have to discuss and we have to research. And then we have to put it into education as well.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ingo. This is my question. In the economic perspective, what is your opinion if this green chemistry bring to industry? Because you know that industry in Indonesia, for example, produce a lot of waste that make pollution. Is it possible to bring that green chemistry into the real industry?
It is already done. So if you're looking on the roots of green chemistry, one of the principles using more catalysis, especially biocatalysis. This is really done on a large scale in a lot of areas. And if you go to the Western countries, we are no longer doing practices from the past. We are societies in transition. We try to replace some practices to others. And it is already done. It's in its initial steps. It needs to be done more. But in Germany, for example, we have a big debate about climate change these days, to go away from using coal and producing steel by hydrogen. Hydrogen made from renewable sources to avoid a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. So these things are on the way. And sure, Germany is a country which is richer, so we have some more money to invest in that. But I think countries like Indonesia will follow. And there's a lot of development in these areas. Also, there are practices in doing different ways of synthesis, avoiding too much waste production. And this is established everywhere in the world in the moment. Although the green chemistry movement started in the 1990s, our awareness about sustainability started only in the 1970s with the Club of Rome report, and then with the Agenda 21 in the 1990s. So we are still starting, but global climate change and the plastics problems in the ocean and similar things drive us to speed up with it. And I think industry has to speed up, and we have to start with education to enable the future chemists, the future scientists, but also maybe our just future young people who are just normal workers somewhere, to make them more aware for sustainable lifestyles, like it was written, and I showed it to you in the SDG target 4.7, which maybe is one of the most important in the whole SDG concept.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ingo. Okay, participants, is there anyone who wants to ask question directly? We still have around 3 minutes in this question and answer session. Because in Indonesia, it's already evening. Okay. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because of the limited of time, I think this is the end of the second plenary session with our keynote speakers, Dr. John Pitchford with our random metric model useful in biological systems, and with Professor Ingo Eltz with greening the chemistry curriculum as a contribution to education for sustainable development. Thank you very much, Professor Ingo and Dr. John Pitchford. Thank you very much. See you next time in Indonesia.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have to back to Pak Sueb or Budita as a master of ceremony for the next session.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Berta, for having managed the plenary session smoothly. We are fortunate to have two very prominent science and education professionals speaking on the second plenary session today. We do hope we learn many things from your presentations, as well as obtain inspiration for further research in the future. Professor, we'd like to present our appreciation for your contribution and insight to the delegates and participants today. Thank you, Dr. John Pitchford, for having shared insight about making random matrix model. We do hope it can be an inspiration for our college for further research, especially for our colleagues from mathematics and biology department. Thank you very much for sharing your idea. And thank you very much for Dr. Ingo. Okay. Thank you, Professor Ingo Eltz, to share with us the idea in your presentation. It was a very precise and relevant presentation. I'm sure all of us in this room relate to each and every word that you mentioned. Thank you for sharing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come up to the end of the second plenary session this afternoon. We'll be proceeding to the second parallel session based on the respective room to which you are invited. The parallel session which will start at 3 p.m. Jakarta time. The invitation link or notification has been set by the committee for you to join the breakout rooms. As you enter the room later, please make sure you've set and rename your name based on the guideline. In each room, the committee will help you and lead the session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the second parallel sessions, okay, I will invite you to turn on your camera to take a photo, to take a picture together. And please, the operator. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take some picture for each slide. Okay. Okay, I think it's enough. So now we will begin the second parallel sessions. For presenters, host and co-host will move you to your respective breakout room. And for the audience, you are welcome to join breakout room based on the theme of interest. We encourage you to come to breakout room earlier so we can start the session on time. If you have any trouble for joining the breakout room, please feel free to ask for help from us. Okay, you can also see the title of article that will be present in each room.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Ya, Bapak Ibu yang tadi ada di room 10, mohon maaf. Tadi ada kesalahan teknis sehingga
Recording stopped.
keluar semua. Mungkin sekarang bisa masuk kembali ke breakout room 10. Terima kasih. Iya, Bapak Ibu, alhamdulillah seminar telah selesai. Tadi sudah ditutup di breakout room masing-masing. Saya mewakili panitia Miseic menyampaikan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah berpartisipasi dalam Miseic 2021. Saya pamit. Saya undur diri dulu. Ini saya Envel, Bapak Ibu. Mohon izin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore Pak Bowo, Pak Beni, entah kemana Pak Nadi, dan teman-teman semua.